Okay, good morning. Today is Thursday, November 16th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. If you could please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak to us. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak clearly as possible while first stating your name, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, if we could proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during this public comment period cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please provide them to the agent so that they can give them to Madam Secretary, and they will come in and take those documents from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make a public comment? There being none, here in Las Vegas. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Just like last time, this is a comment that's new to the commission, but a refresher to the Game Control Board. Diamante Asbury here on behalf of the Culinary Union. I'm here today to talk to you about Palace Station Management's relationship with workers. It's a violation of the National Labor Relations Act for a company to encourage, promote, or provide assistance to employees seeking to decertify their union. Very simply, workers vote in a union and then they can vote out that union, but management cannot encourage, promote, or assist. Questionable text messages referring to management involvement with the decertification of the union at Palace Station were exchanged between Station Casinos management in 2020 during the time period when the company had recognized Palace Station workers as unionized. So on January 11th, 2020, David Horn, the general manager of Palace Station, texted a colleague, "Phil says to get me the names of the people who can help with the decertification, but don't get directly involved." And actually, this wasn't just at Palace Station. On June 25th, 2020, the Sunset Station general manager had asked Station Casino's head of HR, "How do I get information on attending one of these decertification meetings?" According to Palace Station sanitation workers, management's relationship with workers has been openly hostile. One sanitation worker wrote in an incident report about her manager yelling in her face on November 28th, 2022. She then filed another report to the company on January 16th, 2023 about the same manager yelling and confronting her aggressively for taking time off for FMLA. In a June 28th, 2023 incident report, she wrote, "I am very frustrated in the fact that I've made multiple reports and no action is being taken, against this manager." She also wrote, "He's told me that no matter how many times I report him, that nothing will happen." Another sanitation worker wrote in a letter to Palace Station executives, "The sanitation supervisors cause a hostile environment at work by having favorites and treating my other coworkers unequally and unfairly." She also said, "If you know what was going on inside our department, you would not support the actions being taken against station employees who have been loyal to the company." We believe that when a company violates labor law and when workers from their sanitation department, just as an example, feel threatened, it harms the reputation of the Nevada gaming industry as a whole. We ask you to help hold Station Casinos accountable for what has happened at Palace Station. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Micheline Pierre Wilson. I am a worker at Palace Station. I have been with the company for 16 years as a porter. I am a committee leader to represent my coworker at Palace Station. We are looking for job security. We feel very unsafe. We want a contract. Thank you for allowing me to speak regarding myself and my coworkers at Palace Station. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? There being no one else, that will close our public comment section. Thank you. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for October 2023.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I think it is in proper form for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I would move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the non-restricted consent items?
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4 and 15. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments on either item 4 or 15? There being none, does anyone wish to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of consent items number non-restricted 4 and 15 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the conditions listed therein.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the restricted consent items?
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 8, 10, and 12. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right. If none of my fellow colleagues have any questions or comments, I would ask for a motion.
Chair, I move for approval of restricted consent items number 8, 10, and 12 with the conditions as noted on the record and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to our held out non-restricted items. If you could please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Mesquite OCM Voco LLC for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as a member and manager of Mesquite Topco LLC. You also have the applications of Mesquite Topco LLC for registration as a private investment company for finding of suitability as a sole member and manager of Mesquite Parent LLC, for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C.010 subsection 1 subsection A as noted on the agenda and to transfer an option to Mesquite Parent LLC as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Mesquite Parent LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as a sole member and manager of Mesquite Midco LLC and to transfer an option to Mesquite Midco LLC as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Mesquite Midco LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as a sole member and manager of Mesquite Bidco LLC, to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda, and to transfer an option to Mesquite Bidco LLC as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Mesquite Bidco LLC for registration as an intermediary company for finding of suitability as a sole member of NGA Blocker LLC for finding of suitability as a member of Mesquite Gaming LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of NGA Acquisition Co. LLC to transfer an option to Mesquite Topco LLC as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Mesquite Gaming LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda, and to grant an option to NGA Acquisition Co. LLC as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of NGA Blocker LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of BRCC LLC and 5.47 RBI LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Matthew Wilson, Jordan Cruz, and David Quick for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, manager, and or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dennis. Well, it's good to see y'all. We're good now. Thank you for reading the agenda. With me is David Quick and Matthew Wilson. Thank you for the waiver of appearance for Jordan Cruz. And on video is A.G. Burnett. And in the audience is Anthony Toady, Scott Singer, and their esteemed counsel, Erica Okerberg, to answer questions if you have any questions about the operations. As noted on the agenda, this application is for an Oak Tree Fund to acquire Mesquite Gaming, 100% of it indirectly. Mesquite Gaming owns the Virgin River Casino and the Casablanca. With your permission, I'm going to have David and Matthew give you a presentation and then deal with the application a little bit, and then we can go from there.
Please.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning to the board. Good morning to the commission. For the record, Matthew Wilson, Wilson, on behalf of Oak Tree Capital Management and Mesquite OCM Vote Co. I'm going to try to keep my remarks shorter than the agenda readout here, if we can. So I'll hopefully do
Not
that.
hard.
Yeah, exactly. We presented a presentation to you under cover. I believe it's privileged, so it's not been made to the public, but I will refer to a few pages there in my comments. I will note that this is our second time appearing before the commission in the last year and a half. We were here in May of 2022, getting approval for interblock gaming in one of our investments, as well as our personal licenses at that time. At that time, we told you that we would be back again. We were going to be active in the market. We are going to make investments in gaming. This is our second foray, obviously, in front of this commission. And with a little bit of luck, we should see you guys again next month for another deal we're looking to get on. So we can spend our holiday seasons together with you all as well. Turning to page 1, and I'll just be very brief here, a background on Oak Tree. We are a private investment firm based in Los Angeles, California. We have 20 offices around the world in 15 countries. Today, we manage approximately $180 billion of capital. And our capital comes from limited partners, or LPs, that we are very proud of. These are the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world. These are the biggest pension funds in the world. These are endowments. These are insurance companies. They're blue chip lists that have been vetted by us and have been repeat investors with our funds over the last almost 30 years of our existence. In terms of our strategy, we are focused on 4 core buckets: credit, private equity, public equity, and real assets. This would obviously fall on our private equity strategy. We're making an investment to own this casino and this operation, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. In terms of our strategy or how we think about ourselves, Oak Tree, I take a lot of pride in being there for 20 years now. It's a very disciplined place. We're not trying to be everything to everybody. We want to be consistent in our returns. When we look at economic cycles, when things go up, when things go down, we want to consistently perform. We want to preserve our clients' capital. To us, that is how we have grown to 180 billion of assets. That's how we exist today with the kind of clients we have, because we've been able to perform in and out of cycles, and we've been able to deliver when times are tough and outperform those times and deliver very well when things are. So for us, it's not about necessarily being the highest fund every year, although we try to achieve that. It's about making consistent returns for our clients and never losing their money. If I think about the makeup of our firm, there's approximately 1,100 employees across the globe. 300 of those, think about like David and myself, who are investors. We are responsible for deploying that capital across the globe. And then 800, what I'll call our back office, for lack of a better term. Those are people that are responsible for making sure that the compliance is in place, that we're vetting our clients, that we're doing things right by the clients, that we're reporting accurately, that things are done and audits are taken care of. It's a very big operation, as you can imagine, because we have many, many strategies and many funds across the globe. Turn to the next slide. This investment fits in our fund called Special Situations Fund 3. This is a 2022 vintage fund. It's closing literally at the end of this month. We're going to raise about $3 billion in that strategy. We're very proud of that. It's a very difficult fundraising market right now in the private equity world and for most asset classes, given that flywheel is not spinning. Investors are not getting money back like they're used to, and so money is not going into funds as easily as it was for the last 15 or 20 years. But we've done well in this, which I think is a function of both our returns over the last few years, but also our discipline and understanding of how to invest within cycles. Obviously, we're in a very interesting period of time economically right now, but we're very excited about what we see. And we're very excited about this investment we're making today. We think that we are going into something where the operations have been well run for many years. We're getting the opportunity to take that and take the ball to the next level. In terms of how we think about investing, it's a very senior team that I have today. I've got 30 folks across Los Angeles, New York, and Sydney, Australia. Average tenure is about 20 years. The PMs are over 25 years. We've been doing this for a long time, and we've been doing this for a long time together as a team. What we see here on our investments typically is a 3 to 7 year hold, but we'll hold them for longer if we see opportunities to continue to create value for our investors. So we are not short-term investors. We're not looking to make a flip here. We're looking to take the time, do the right things, invest in the people, invest in the assets, and drive value through growth and through cost improvement. Just looking at our book on slide 3, and I'll spend very little time on this page, but I thought it was interesting. we did an analysis when we were putting this together to look at how much we had and what I will generally define as hospitality, restaurants, leisure. And almost a third of our book today is sitting in those sectors. When we think about our core focus, it's really four macros. It's consumer, which I put gaming and hotels and leisure under, industrial, business, and financial services. Those are our four key pillars. But if you look at where we've invested for the last 5 years or so, it really has been focused on the consumer side in the gaming sector, with a third of those assets going there. We think it's a very attractive space for us. Like I said, we'll be back in front of you hopefully next month with another one. And we continue to see very good opportunities, both here in Nevada as well as across the globe. Finally, let me just give you a quick bio so you know who you're talking to here. On my left, my partner, David Quick, has been my partner for 17 years. He's been at Oaktree for 18 or 19 years, I believe. David is a graduate of the University of Michigan Business School. David has 3 young daughters, lives in Manhattan Beach, California. My partner, Jordan Cruz, who sends his regrets, is my partner for the same amount of time, 17 years. We co-head the strategy together. Jordan's a graduate of the University of Virginia undergrad and got a law degree from Northwestern Law School. He has 3 grown sons. He's an empty nester living his best life right now. I am Matt Wilson. I also live in Manhattan Beach. I have 2 daughters and a son. I also graduated from the University of Virginia, coincidence, and I have an MBA from Harvard. With that, we'll stop and take any questions you may have.
Thank you. We appreciate that. At this time, I would open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Perhaps I'll start to my left today.
Certainly. Thank you for being with us today. I had the opportunity of observing the presentation to the Gaming Control Board, and I think you have an excellent package put together. And going forward, we wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for that concise presentation. I did also watch the presentation in front of the board, and it was very thorough, and I don't have any areas of concern at all. Just a couple of questions, some outstanding issues I just wanted to follow up on because the time hadn't lapsed yet when you appeared in front of the board. I anticipate that because you haven't been notified by the FTC, there's no objection to this transaction or seeking a court injunction, I assume, but I just want that for the record.
The day after. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was the November 3rd deadline. So I just wanted to follow up on that.
It's cleared.
Thank you. And under the HSR Act, the deal may now close because that 30-day period has expired. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I have no areas of concern. A very impressive group. I'll tell you that the background and the fact that you have longevity together is very impressive to me. And I know that member Assad made a comment during the presentation that you have big shoes to fill. I mean, you have the Gahn family and the Toti family. These are legacy families here in the state of Nevada. So I think you know what you're getting into, and they are, they treat their employees like family. So you do have big shoes to fill, but based on your background, I have no areas of concern at all. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, and the materials were very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you and welcome. I also echo the comments as far as the background. I don't have any concerns with regards to that. The only thing I was going to point out, Commissioner Brown already addressed. I'm happy to see that, you're looking to retain most of the employees, and these properties are very important to those communities, and they've been treated well by their former owners. So I appreciate the fact that you plan to retain them and, plan to pretty much keep things status quo in that regard. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome. Great to see you. Always good to echo things that are positive. Oaktree is an incredibly impressive private equity fund and conglomerate, and it's tremendous. All of these moving pieces, it does distill into something that makes great sense. And transition and the Gahn family, the big shoe comment, I totally agree. But this just feels right. I had 2 questions. The first was for Mr. Quick, and you don't need to move. What do you think of Mr. Harbaugh? Is his coach be on the sidelines this weekend or not? It's the most contentious thing we can talk about today. We'll see.
Do you have an hour?
My team lost. It was at the Pac-2 for a while. On the loan, I see the private equity that you all are putting in, but BlackRock is, I think, providing 2 tranches of the debt. Given, I think Mr. Wilson just said that this interesting environment. But given what has been going on, that debt is locked down and secured and no questions about it, correct?
Yeah, we actually locked that in prior to signing. And so that's been committed since March of this year. And so that is set to fund, at the same time.
Perfect. Madam Chair, that's the only question I have, but no, I'm perfectly comfortable and prepared to support it.
Thank you. I concur with the comments of my colleagues. Big shoes to fill is, putting it mildly, legacy of gaming in our state. As long as I've been here since I was a kid, is putting it mildly. We have, I think, all the information we need, and I'm in agreement with my colleagues as far as support for this agenda item. So if there's a motion.
Chair, if I may make a motion. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion?
Actually, I have a comment on that. I think
Please.
condition
With
number 2,
conditions.
since the Hart-Scott-Rodino hurdle has been cleared, that condition is moot and does not be included.
Thank you. And I'll incorporate the conditions, noting that the condition relating to the act has been mooted as a function of time because it's expired. Thank you.
So just so that I'm clear, is the motion to include the condition as deemed moot, or are you just going to, with the exception of condition 2, meaning not included in the
With the
motion?
exception of condition 2. Thank
Okay.
you for clarity.
So for all of us, the motion has been made with the to vote in favor of the recommendation of the board, with the exception of condition 2 that's been rendered moot, as the chief has indicated. All right. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next month.
Right. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Konami Group Corporation for a continuous or delayed public offering and to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the applications of Konami Gaming Inc. and Konami Australia Pty Limited to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you. My partner, Glenn Light, is appearing in front of me today, and I'm a partner at the law firm of Lewis Roca, so I'll be recusing myself, and good luck.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yadi, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roca. With me is Tom Gingoli, the Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, Secretary, and Director of Konami Gaming Inc. Also in attendance is Laurie Oak, who is the Vice President, Regulatory Compliance, and my colleague from Lewis Roca, Salma Granich. We're here today for Konami's 9th shelf renewal. As noted at the Gaming Control Board hearing, Konami does not have any plans to use the shelf in the immediate future. Rather, this application serves to maintain financial flexibility. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
First of all, we appreciate you being here.
Of course.
Good morning.
Morning.
And while it's a rather summary matter, I do think that, in the event that any of my colleagues had any questions, that you'd be here, your willingness to be here is greatly appreciated, and we're glad to have you. I would start with Commissioner Marcantonis. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do, Chair. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Founded in 1969. A long time. I wondered if you could give us just a little quick update on the outstanding litigation issues that we had. It was particularly of interest, and strictly because it's been a topical subject across the world lately, was the defense of children's and adolescent rights and how that is progressing or not.
Certainly. For the record, my name is Thomas Gingoli, Jingoli. Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, Chair Tagliardi, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, happy to be here today. I can touch on it a little bit. Obviously, it involves our parent company.
Sure.
I can say from Konami Gaming Inc. at our subsidiary level, you probably saw we have no litigation. We try and we pride ourselves in that. However, our parent company does from time to time get involved in that. I can tell you that they are, pride in their conviction that we don't see that being an issue. Certainly the nature of the suit certainly does cause some concern, but in speaking to our legal department there, they feel very good about our position and everything that the company has done to protect that issue.
Thank you for that perspective.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Madam Chair, I don't, again, watched the conversations you had in front of the Gaming Control Board. Certainly like the UNLV and hometown things that you have done. Thank you for being a supporter of our community, but this it's hefty, but it's straightforward, perfectly comfortable. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, please. We just confirm that the draft number 1 dated 10/6/23 is the operative.
Oh, correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you answering the question by my fellow commissioner. It's helpful for us to hear from you on that.
Absolutely.
And
if there's any other follow-up, we'd be happy to provide further follow-up. Just let us know.
what are your thoughts on
Yes, I think it's something that's important for us to know as things develop, if they develop in any direction, whether positively or negatively. Thank you.
Absolutely. We will let the board and the commission know as that case moves forward.
So your request would be for an update as any significant development in the litigation?
Yes, one way or another.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one way or another, yeah.
We will provide that, no problem.
We don't need every motion.
No, I understand. I understand.
Okay, well, if there's no other questions or comments at this time, do one of you have a motion?
Sure. Yes, Madam Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board with the conditions shown on the agenda and which we have just mentioned. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. The record should reflect that Commissioner Brown did not vote on this matter as she has recused. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Madam Secretary, oh, I guess we're going to wait for her to come back.
She'll come back.
Madam Secretary, if you please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Bowtie Hospitality LLC for registration as a holding company. You also have the applications of Bowtie Mez LV LLC for registration as an intermediary company and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Bowtie Holding LV LLC for registration as an intermediary company and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the applications of Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC doing business as Fontainebleau Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license, including a racebook and sports pool, for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering, for licensure to operate gaming salons, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. It is also the application of NP Red Rock LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering operated by Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC, doing business as Fontainebleau Las Vegas. You also have the applications of Bowtie Hospitality LLC, Bowtie Mez LV LLC, and Bowtie Holding LV LLC for finding of suitability as sole member and manager as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Jeffrey Sofer, Brett Muffson, and NP Red Rock LLC for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, manager, key executive, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Thank you. Fontainebleau Las Vegas is adverse to a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner in matters in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, so I will participate. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I also had a disclosure with respect to this item. For the record, I'm currently a partner in Morris Law Group, and my firm and I were involved in representing Mr. Sofer and some of his entities in various unrelated litigation that has concluded years ago, for which in which I was not substantially involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the this matter, and I do not believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be affected by this prior representation. I intend to participate in this matter and also vote on it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Frank Schreck, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm here representing the applicants. I'd like to briefly,
Tonight,
yes.
We, Commissioner Marcantonis has
Oh,
a
you have-
disclosure.
Sorry, Mr. Schreck.
I'm sorry.
So, good morning. Thank you. I too have some disclosures, Madam Chair. With respect to non-restricted item number 3, I would like to disclose that I have a young family member who's employed in a non-gaming junior role at the Fontainebleau. In addition, during my career at Caesar's Palace and Le Ronald Venetian Palazzo, I have had professional working relationships with at least 2 of the exemplary executives that are on the opening team of this property. Both the Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Colleen Birch, and the Chief Marketing Officer, Mr. Shane Smith, who are in the audience, I think, today. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this, and I don't believe that the independent judgment of any reasonable person in my situation would be affected by these relationships, and I intend to participate in these related matters here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Schreck.
I'm sorry, I didn't know there was another
Neither did I.
disclosure.
So
I'd like to introduce for the commission, Jeff Sofer, who's the CEO of Fountain Blue Development, to Brett Muffson, who is the CEO of Fountain Blue Las Vegas, Mark Tricano, who is the president of Fountain Blue Las Vegas, and Stacy Michaels, who is the chief administrative officer of Fountain Blue Las Vegas. We will have a brief presentation. It'll be only as long as the chairman would like. I'll talk about that in a minute, but first I'd like Mr. Sofer to address the commission.
Hi, good
Thank
morning,
you.
everyone. I just wanted to say thank you for all the support and helping us getting this project, open into fruition. It's been a long time, and obviously a lot talked about through the years in this, and obviously in Clark County and the state, and everybody in this process has been great. And we're very excited, and we're very honored to. I'm personally very honored to be here and have this open. I think you all will be very proud of what we built, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you all for being here today.
Madam Chair, I know that the commission has a habit of looking at the TV version of the board meeting and or reading the transcript. So I don't want to repeat ourselves. I know that you have a longer meeting. So I would ask Mark Tricano to come up and just briefly go through some of the presentation booklet that you have. We won't try to be redundant from the last meeting, and bring you up to date on a couple new changes that have occurred.
Thank you. Perfect. So openings, what, like 30?
Right now, we're targeting December 13th.
Are you getting any sleep whatsoever?
I still am at this point, but I have a feeling next week everything changes.
Well, again, thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. It's an honor and a privilege to be here in front of you today to represent our ownership and our team members at Fountain Blue Las Vegas. My name is Mark Tricano. I'm the president at the casino, and we have building a property here that has been years in the making, as you all know. And we're very fortunate to have a storied brand that will be celebrating 70 years of an anniversary next year. And in less than 30 days, we will be open. And I, with a high degree of confidence, feel that the product that we will bring to market will make our ownership, our team members, this commission, the state of Nevada, and our local community very proud. And as we prepare for those next 30 days, what I'd like to do is spend the next 5 to 10 minutes just to give you an update on our progress, particularly as it relates to hiring and some matters obviously directed towards gaming. So in your presentation, you'll see several slides. I may pass through several of them, particularly in regards to those that you may have seen in the past. Slides 2 through 7 are about our organizational structure and financing. I know that you've seen this previously. If there are any questions at this time, we can certainly hand those over to Frank because he's much more of the expert to discuss those than I am. Okay. On slide 8, what I'd really like to talk about is a little bit about the organization that we're building, our hiring efforts, and particularly as a matter of compliance, because I know, personally, within our industry, the importance of the long-term success of our industry and the important role that compliance plays within that. From a hiring perspective, if I just start with, in your presentation, you'll see a number of 1,841 team members that were employed as of 3 weeks ago. Very happy to report that as of this week, we're now just under 5,000. And so we have added 3,000 people to our organization. So we are, as you mentioned earlier, very busy. Over the next several weeks, over the next 2 weeks, I anticipate that we'll be closer to about 6,500 people to prepare for our opening. And then you'll see as part of our presentation, further expectation to raise to approximately 7,100 direct employees, which we refer to as members within our organization, that will be part of our sustained ongoing business. As I think about our keys to success, as we've had I've been very pleased with the results from a hiring perspective. Some of the keys to success that we've seen has been entering to the marketplace by our culture first. And really, when we launched our recruiting campaign several months ago, those efforts all were about our team members and our member forward approach. We've also heard from our employment base that some of our common goals with regards to private ownership, having a face to the property, and being associated with that opening of such a historic property and a historic brand have resonated very well within the marketplace. And all of this is, I believe, is what will help us define our long-term success as we build that strong foundational culture among our people. On the next slide, what you'll see is our executive leadership team. Many of you here today, I know they're seated behind me in some way, shape, or form, but this is really the team that has been so instrumental in our early success in building this strong foundation. And I think what you can see here is a diversity not only in the workforce, but also in the backgrounds and skill sets and talents that we all bring to the table. The last two topics I'd like to discuss with regards to gaming, because I think it's important for me to put these on the record for you today, is with respect to our compliance and our compliance efforts and actually building a culture of compliance at Fontainebleau. As I stated earlier, that our long-term success, not even just as Fontainebleau, but as an industry, is based on confidence and a rigorous compliance program. And that starts with leadership at the top and creating that culture. We're fortunate to have Larry Whelan, who is here today, years of experience leading compliance within our industry and very strong relationships within the Gaming Control Board. And I know that they've had very productive discussions leading into opening and the staff have been tremendously supportive of those efforts, which we are appreciative. We've also taken a proactive step to create an independent compliance committee within our organization to support our organization. So these are 3 independent members with years of experience related to our industry. Since our last meeting, I'm also pleased to report that this committee has already met and also selected a chair. And so we are well on our way of establishing some of our policies and oversight with this committee. The last topic, yes.
And who's the chair?
The former chairman of the Gaming Control Board, Dennis Nylander. The last topic I wanted to discuss is with regards to our relationship with sports and race betting at with Station Casinos. NP Red Rock LLC, I believe, is on the record. And so our relationship with them will be where Fontainebleau is the license holder. We'll have an organization to operate our sportsbook with a sportsbook manager running the business day to day, reporting through our Senior Vice President of Gaming. We have contracted Red Rock, NP Red Rock LLC to support us with our bookmaking activities, risk management, and our platform and advisory services. And so based on previous experience that we've had with them and our relationship, I feel very confident in our ability to execute a superior product in our race and sports operation with their support. The final part of our presentation is actually really just photos of the property. And we're now moving so fast that these images are 3 weeks old. And if you were to walk the property today, it would look even drastically different. So the next, and that should take you through slide 16 or 17. If there are any questions at this time, I please welcome them.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yeah, Mr. Chicano, good luck. Not that you're going to need it. You've got a great background. You've got a great team. I was wondering, have you had any difficulty in recruiting when you've got another large property opening within a 2-week period of your opening, or are you comfortable with how the recruiting process has been working in Las Vegas?
You know, if you asked me that question 3-4 months ago, I would have had probably a different response. At this point, I feel very confident in our ability to recruit and retain the people that are joining us. You know, I think there has, as I mentioned earlier, leading with culture and people as our first step forward, not only has allowed us to attract quality talent, but the quality talent that we want within our organization to deliver the experience that we want to deliver for our guests in 30 days.
Well, that's excellent. As we said in Carson City to Mrs. Sofer and Muffson, that I felt that your people culture preparations have been actually, frankly, extraordinary and very well done. So congratulations to that. And we hope you get time for some rest soon after December 13th. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Credit goes to the entire team that put together those plans and executed so well.
Good. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Brown?
I have to say the pictures that you provided were absolutely stunning. Nice thick stock paper on the package. It was really nice just to flip through. I enjoyed it very much. I can't wait to see it in person. Truly, it's going to be a classy affair. I'm looking forward to it very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the property will surprise the market to the positive side. I think in many ways deliberate in our strategy to contain a lot of the information and the story. Building has been there for so long that we really want to make a splash in the market when we open.
And you will. I can't wait to see it in person.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I have to say, I didn't focus on the weight of the paper, but I really appreciated the page numbers. Thank you.
It's all nice. It's really nice.
Commissioner
Gentlemen, thank you for being with us today. I agree. I don't think there is a straight line on your property. Everything has got a beautiful curve. It's hard to turn there, but thank you for sharing those beautiful pictures. As I said last time, I think this is a saga worthy of a Netflix mini series. Mr. Sofer back there. But yeah, the journey, the ordeal, and to be weeks away from opening now is very exciting and heartening. Certainly the employment numbers, all of those things are marvelous. The only thing that I might ask for an update on are some legal things, that are appropriate to discuss. And again, not to be uncomfortable, but are there any updates on the matters that have?
Yeah, and we might take some specific questions when the individuals get up, but to bring you up to date on those.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. If there's no additional further questions or comments, very exciting, the project itself, and it's beautiful. And so I don't have anything additional. Why don't we move to the individuals?
No, Madam Chair.
No,
We'll
just move to the individuals.
Right now, first ask Mr. Sofer to approach the podium.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is the individual.
Okay. Hi.
Ask questions.
Oh, okay.
Just in case somebody wants to ask any, do we have any questions? Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much for standing forward before us today. Just wanted a brief update, if there is one, on the DOJ investigation regarding the treatment of the debt under the tax code. Has anything developed since we saw you last?
I've checked with his counsel in this, and it's just been radio silence for several months. There's nothing going on.
Are you waiting for a report, a decision, discovery?
Yeah, it's our opinion and his counsel's opinion that there isn't anything there. And the Justice Department sometimes goes very slowly. They'll bring some action to cause you to file some papers, and then sometimes it lasts for a long time. But we don't expect anything to come of this, but waiting for it to be concluded.
Of course, as I remember, the presentation was about a categorization of something, is it on the left or is it on the right? So it's, as I see it, it wasn't an intent issue. It's just a question of whether it was categorized properly.
Yeah, and it's a complicated tax question Mr. Sofer doesn't deal with. He has a lot of tax specialists that do that. So if there was any adjustment that needs to be made, it's a civil adjustment. It's
Absolutely.
not something that he was aware.
Thank you. So no update, and I'm sure when there's an update, you'll provide it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis, Commissioner Galicki.
Well, I think
that addressed my mind.
Yeah, that was my main concern. I mean, obviously it must be a big relief that you are not opening prior to this car race craziness.
We have that in Miami, the car race. So no, it's actually great. Man. The car race is great. I think they've done a really good job.
Oh, that's encouraging to hear.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I know as locals, it might not be the best thing, but I think it's great.
We're all taking the fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not as bad. I think it will get better the next year. It was a little messy in Miami the first year, but afterwards, the second was a little better. So.
Oh, wow. Good. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, anything additional?
Actually, I didn't have any questions. I was just going to follow up. How many years did you have it in Miami?
We've had it 2 years already. The third years will be this next year. So it gets better the second. I think the biggest issue was just from my experience, obviously staying in on the strip for the last couple of years, the paving was really what made a mess. I think that since they put up the barricades and they let the traffic open and close, it's so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other additional questions or comments, we appreciate it.
Yeah, ask Mr. Muffson to come up.
Please. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments. Anybody?
I have nothing further.
Start. Mr. Muffson, we have an issue that came up since you were last before us for the preliminary finding of suitability with respect to the area of concern that was noted with the lack of disclosure of a subpoena that you received. I understand it's a civil subpoena from the SEC. When did you learn of that subpoena?
November of 21.
Okay. And when you were before us in Carson City on July 27th, 2023, when we were discussing the subpoena for Mr. Sofer, that didn't prompt anything in your head to lean over and say something to your counsel?
Yeah, at the time, I to be honest, it's been so much time that's passed since that happened. I thought it was really, I was advised by my attorney that it was a request for documentation, and it did not cross my mind until Fountain Blue Development actually received a subpoena, and then we immediately disclosed the other subpoena.
And when did Fountain Blue receive the subpoena? It said later that day.
I think it was actually the same day.
Did you know about that at the time of the meeting?
No.
Okay. The lack of disclosure obviously is what concerns all of us. You addressed it. I did have an opportunity to review the gaming video. Again, I'm surprised. I mean, you're an intelligent man and, have a lot of experience. So the fact that having that long discussion about Mr. Sofer's subpoena wouldn't prompt you to say something troubles me. But I understand the explanation you gave. Still processing how I
Totally get it. And I can tell you that, and I can reiterate that it's a lesson learned. There's no doubt that we take as Mark was walking you through, our compliance seriously. And this is something that's resonated with me and been a good learning lesson. It won't happen again.
Okay. Well, and obviously you hire counsel for a reason, and I appreciate that you follow the advice. You followed the advice you were given, but at some point, common sense has to kick in too. And this is a privilege. And whether it's Mr. Schreck telling you something or your counsel, your SEC counsel, you need to use your own judgment and be aware of your obligations to
Absolutely.
disclose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Nothing further for me.
I was, watching the video and the presentation. I was, of course, measuring your candor, and I will note, I have a bit of a different take on it. I understand this is your first time going through the gaming application process. And I think the line of demarcation in your mind, based on my observation of your testimony, was that this was not something where you were the target of an investigation and this was a civil subpoena. And I think you were relying on advice of counsel. Now, of course, you didn't talk to gaming counsel because I don't think it triggered for you. Now that you have the background and you understand, I don't believe that it was your intention to conceal anything. And I think when you were sitting there watching the presentation where there were questions about the DOJ issue, I think that was a direct target, like that he was the subject of that. So I think I understand your analysis. And so I don't see that you were trying
My
to.
first call will be Frank Schreck.
Yes. I don't feel like you're trying to hide anything. So I'm not troubled by the timeline. You said November 2021. It was November 7th, 2022, I believe, just to clear the record.
Yes.
I know time flies. And so I don't think that you were intending to conceal anything or make a non-disclosure. I just think you would relied on advice of counsel based on measuring your demeanor and listening and watching. So I'm not troubled by it, and I don't think we'll have any issues with you forward going. So I appreciate your explanation, and I'm sure there will be no more issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment. Mr. Nelson, I so appreciate you being here. Not piling on, but it's our obligation to make sure we're satisfied with these various things. And I believe your contrition is real. I appreciate Commissioner Brown, her view of this. And I believe it is a lesson learned and won't happen again. But I just want to end this on an upbeat. I mean, this is an exciting thing for Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. Again, many of us in this room have watched, the hole being dug 20 years ago and everything started. So this is an exciting moment for all of us in the gaming community, and all the folks who will benefit and be employed by it, enjoy it, travel around the world to come see it. But, congratulations, and can't wait to see.
Thank you. No, it's a real honor, and I'm really grateful that our team's here to support us, and it's been a hell of a journey. So
Yes,
thank
it
you.
is. Again, Netflix. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here again today.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
We have left.
I would like to say that Mark Rubenstein is here to answer any questions you might have with respect to NP Red Rock LLC.
Any questions for Mr. Rubenstein?
I have a disclosure.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. We're going to just have a disclosure by Commissioner Marcantonis, and then I would address any questions to you by my colleagues.
Yeah, I apologize for this ongoing disclosure thing. I've said this once before, we stand before, but I do have a disclosure that in the late 1990s, I served on the executive committee of Caesar's Palace as the head of operations. My counterpart in the legal division, the resort's general counsel, was Mr. Rubenstein. We worked together for 2 or 3 years, but I don't believe that relationship will affect the independent judgment of any reasonable person in my situation, and my decision won't be materially affected by that relationship. And I intend to participate in this matter fully. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of Red Rock Resorts and MP Red Rock LLC. First of all, just thank you for waiving the appearance of Mr. McCormick. As Fontainebleau, Mr. Tricano described, our role is merely as a key executive or a key employee for the book, setting the odds and handling the risk management. And so it's pretty straightforward. We have a draft number 1 dated 9/29 23 of the 10th revised order of registration that we've reviewed and find acceptable.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions? Excuse
Madam
me.
Chair, I had a quick question for Mr. Rubenstein. Thank you, Mark. With respect to your role, you indicated that it's going to be the role of Red Rock to basically set the odds and such for the Fountain Blue property. I thought at the Gaming Control Board meeting, you indicated that the odds would be the same. Did I misunderstand that? It didn't sound right to me.
So
Like
they'll be
whatever
part
your
of-
odds are at Red Rock, they may be different at Fountain Blue. It's just the same person setting it, or is it that they're actually going to be
It's just
identical?
it's part of the whole risk management system company-wide. So I don't know about the specifics of how they set the line one property to the next. My guess is that they consolidate their lines, but I don't have that level of detail. But they
I'm
are
not-
part of the same hub that is run out of all the station casino books are run out of Red
And you
Rock.
don't know if the system allows, different properties to kind of have differences that
Yeah,
are maybe
I
specific
don't
to
know.
their
I
region?
imagine since we don't manage the book, that the manager has the authority to not accept the line change. But I couldn't say for sure.
But the line changes are going to feed from the Red Rock property.
That's correct.
I was just curious about that. Generally, you see, not huge differences, but maybe slight differences from state properties versus local properties. So I was curious how that was going to work.
Without Mr. McCormick here, I don't even know if that's the case from one station's book to another. I couldn't say for sure, and I don't want to misspeak.
All righty. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Anybody have any additional questions or comments?
Just for confirmation of the record, Mr. Rubenstein, Red Rock will have no on-site employees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
From time to time, they'll probably check in on the property. No one will be stationed.
Okay. And then the stadium system is going to be used and it's all going to start in terms of commencing the first day of operations. What is the timeline on the regulatory approval for the GAN system?
I'm not certain. I would defer to the board on that, but my understanding is that they will be in field trial possibly as early as January.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, there being no additional questions, or I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, just a follow-up question. I appreciate that you're not as familiar with the system, but if that's something you could follow up on, I'm curious to understand the role between the system at Red Rock and Fountain Blue is going to be a hub. I understand
Right,
that part
right.
of it. But in terms of access to the system and then lines, I'd
Right.
like a little bit more information on how that's going to.
Sure. I know it's probably the same as what we do with El Cortez and some of the other books that are not station books, but I will make sure I get you that answer.
Well, and related to that, with the system, will the stations people have the ability to, will they have access to the Fountain Blue system? Since it's the same one, I'm assuming so.
Yeah, well, it's their platform.
Their platform. Okay, got it.
Would you like to speak to that? Come on up.
Thank you.
Yes, I can probably help with some of these questions. So with regards to the questions about setting the line, that's technically possible, but it's really more of a strategy question with regards to bookmaking practices. We met as recently as yesterday with the team, the leadership from Red Rock, and we're discussing those plans and how we plan to execute that. It may be on a case-by-case basis, but it's possible, but unlikely.
That possible that you can have differences or possible?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It is technically possible, but it's really just a matter of strategy on how we execute our bookmaking.
Okay. And that makes sense. I was just curious. Like I said, I picked up on that during the meeting and I've been away from it for a while, but it still kind of resonated that just seemed odd to me. So, thank you.
Thank you.
There's sensitivity to the fact that they're the licensee. At the end of the day, it's their call.
Of course. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Council, anything else?
No, Madam Chair, I just like the record to reflect, as I did at the board meeting, that this was a long and difficult licensing because of the complexity of one of the applicants financially and litigation wise over that horrible period of time we suffered from 2008 to 2014. And Jeff Zinn as a supervisor and Ashlyn Burke did an absolutely wonderful job putting all that information together. And I'm sure the report reflects the professionalism that they exhibited to us. So we really appreciated their work on this.
It does. They did a great job. And so I'm sure they appreciate that. So at this time, if there's no additional questions or comments, it would appear this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd be pleased to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
And for clarity, is it draft number 1 of the 10th revised order of registration dated September 29th, 2023? Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
None.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been a long time.
So cool. Gentlemen.
They'll definitely watch the Netflix special.
I'm watching. Good to see you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Matthew Wetzel for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
I like that agenda a lot more. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Matzel Wetzel. With your permission, I'm going to have Matt tell you a little bit about himself and we can go from there.
Mr. Wetzel, congratulations on your 15th year anniversary. We're happy to have you here today and would love to hear from you.
Thank you and good morning to all, and appreciate the privilege to be before you. I kind of gave my work history in the board meeting, and I'll go through it again briefly, but I was a graduate of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. My gaming career started at Harrah's Lake Tahoe in 1990, which was all in the slot department, moving into supervisory positions. In 1995, I was promoted to a slot performance manager at Harrah's in Kansas City. And then in 1996, joined Harvey's Lake Tahoe as a director of slot operations. Between 2001 and 2003, I owned a Christian bookstore, had a break from the gaming industry. Came back in 2003 with Columbia Sussex as a vice president of slot operations. After that, joined Gaming Ventures Inc. as the general manager of the Mint Casino. And then in 2008, worked as a senior financial analyst for IGT, and then joined Casino Fandango in the November of 2008. And then currently I'm responsible as the regional senior vice president for Olympia Gaming over Casino Fandango and Legends Bay Casino. And I'm the general manager of Casino Fandango as well. And then one update to the board presentation, I said I was a grandfather of 2 young boys, and apparently that number is going to 3. So we're excited about that.
Surprise.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised, but we're happy.
Well, thank you for that introduction. We appreciate it very much. And we're glad to have you here in Carson City to speak to us. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
Well, Mr. Wetzel, thank you. A great background. I have to say, we hear a lot of unusual things in these sessions. Your background in animal studies had me spellbound in front of the Gaming Control Board. Well done.
Yeah, I really didn't address it well at the board meeting, but yeah, I was a cowboy and worked on a cattle ranch in Bridgeport, California while I was in college, and so had a lot of interest in animals and still do to this day, and still have friendships and actually a home in Bridgeport where the ranch that I worked on is. So that's kind of how I got a degree in animal science, I guess, or why I did.
And it's translated well to the gaming industry.
Oh, it's excellent. Yeah.
Thank Thank you.
And it actually, I think a lot of what you learn in college in general is pretty applicable, but yeah, it's as I said in the board meeting, there's a lot of blood and gore in that degree. You learn to be kind of tough when you need to be, I think, and compassionate when you need to be as well.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Commissioner Krolicki?
Just a comment, and I'll try to save you from the animal conversation, Mr. Wetzel, but was that the Honeywell Ranch in Bridgeport?
That's
that you
correct.
were?
That would be correct.
I've been there and I love that spot. So I'm jealous. Good on you. I'm a Douglas County resident also. Friends who work at the Bentley facility, GE facility. So we've got much in common, but it's just nice to see your career and you know, your new opportunity, and absolutely comfortable and very proud. And I can't wait someday. It's been too many years since I've been to the Honeywell Ranch. Look forward to doing that, but congratulations, perfectly comfortable supporting the application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Wetzel, thank you for appearing with us today. I really enjoyed your presentation in front of the board and again here today. And I thought your philosophy about caring leadership says a lot about who you are and the kind of leadership you carry through. Your 15-year anniversary, I think, is just impressive. Your loyalty is clearly paying off. I did have a question about the settlement in connection with the Gospel of Asia class action suit. Can you just tell me a little bit about that? I mean, did you donate money and was it returned? I'm not understanding what that was about exactly.
Yeah, that was an organization that our Calvary Chapel, where I'm a pastor, so that's an organization that was affiliated, I guess, with Calvary Chapel, supported through Calvary Chapel, and something that my wife and I felt led to donate to over, I think, maybe a 3-year period. And then there was, yes, a class action lawsuit in regards to, I don't really know a lot of the details other than a few $1 million missing or something. So yeah, we just signed up and participated in that.
Okay, and was it that the Gospel of Asia was misusing funds that were donated? Can you give me just a little detail? I just didn't understand the context.
Yeah, you know, it was just what we had received in the mail with information that there was misuse of funds, I guess. I don't know the specifics of it other than through that settlement. Yeah.
And did you get all of your money back that you donated or just part of it?
Just part.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have no further questions. I have no areas of concern, and I'm happy to support your application.
At this time, does anyone have a motion?
Okay, Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you, Mr. Wetzel. We have approved your application and wish you the best of luck.
Thank
Good
you
luck
so
with the
much.
third grandchild.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 7?
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Circa Hospitality Group 1 LLC, doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino, doing business as Silverton Casino Lodge, Las Vegas, Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Silverton Casino Lodge, Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Toronto, appearing here on behalf of the applicant. With me at the podium to my immediate right is Mr. Derek Stevens, primary owner of the property, as well as to his right, Dorian Sloan, the Chief Compliance Officer. With your permission, Chair Tagliati, Mr. Stevens has a brief affirmative presentation, and on the application, I would be happy to take questions afterwards.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Derek Stevens. I am the majority owner of the Golden Gate, the D, Circa Las Vegas, and the Chief Executive Officer of all. If I could, very briefly, I believe this is the 15th time I've been honored and privileged to stand before the commission. And I would tell you today is a very special day. One of my first investments I made into Las Vegas was buying debt of the old Riviera, and I saw the development of Fontainebleau. And to be sitting in the audience as you approve Fontainebleau, it's a great day for Las Vegas. It's also a day we bring the Formula One to Las Vegas, and something I never could have dreamed of even 5 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. So thank you for allowing me to stand before you. I'm here today because we are asking for the ability to build out a new satellite sportsbook inside of the Silverton. We are very excited about the growth of the Silverton, and we're very excited about our Circa Sports brand growing in retail books throughout the state of Nevada. We have made investments in a number of retail books within the state of Nevada. All the employees that work in these retail books are employees of Circa Sports, and that would be the case here at the Silverton. So again, we're planning on making an investment into this property, and we're excited about the continued growth on a little bit of the southern part of the valley. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but back in the late 90s, you and I first met when I ran for Justice of the Peace, which nobody cares about. But we've both come a long way, although you've come a lot further than I
support you?
Yes, he did.
He's sweating like to die.
But I just want to say, when I listened to the board meeting, and my esteemed colleague and my old friend on the bench, talked about downtown. And, as someone that worked downtown every single working day of my career from 1993 to 2019, I will say your commitment to downtown, what you've done in your career is remarkable and so invaluable to our city and our state. So I want to start on that positive note and open it up for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Stevens, and I echo the comments. I've worked downtown most of my career, so it's having the improvements that you've contributed to there have greatly impacted the area in a positive way that I think is hard to measure. So thank you for that. With respect to this application, can you tell us a little bit more about the Silverton satellite? How big is it? I know it's going to have 2 stations, originally 2 temporary writing stations and a supervisor, and go to 3. But what does the location look like?
So at the Silverton, when we worked through the business element of the transaction, we are going to completely renovate the current location of the sports book at Silverton, which means a complete closure with construction walls going up, and we will rebuild the current location of the sports book at Silverton with all new technology, both from an audio side as well as the video side, and then a new viewing location that matches up with the desires of the ownership of the Silverton, which includes a substantial increase in video poker and slot machine area for their benefit. On the interim period, they were very adamant that they preferred to not have a down period, particularly in a period during NFL playoffs and then Super Bowl, particularly with Super Bowl in Las Vegas. So they asked us to make sure that we could open in an alternate temporary location, which is what our plan would be from January 1st up until effectively when construction's done, right around the middle of March for March Madness, when we build out the full new permanent book is the thought process.
So there's going to be a temporary books elsewhere while you're building out.
Yes,
the current location.
On the east side of the property, there will be a temporary book location where they currently have a sports bar that shows Golden Knight games and other events. There's a Airstream bowling alley in that area, and we're going to put a temporary book with writers as well as kiosks in that area, as that will be the area where people will come to watch games during this, let's say, 10-week period during construction.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious about that. I appreciate it. I don't have any other questions about the application. It seemed pretty straightforward to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's it's very clear that you are a pillar of the community and of gaming, and Judge Assad and Chair Tagliati pointed out very well, what you've accomplished, the equity you have in this place. Congratulations. And I'm kind of humbled when if you've appeared 15 times in front of this commission on licensing matters, I, as a commissioner, have not been to 15 meetings yet. So, but I have no issue, and I'm just very proud to have an opportunity to hear you today and to meet you and to support the application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Mr. Stevens, ditto. Everybody's praise, amazing. One thing you'd mentioned in front of the Gaming Control Board, which fascinated me and I think was relevant with an earlier applicant today, when you had said that you don't rely on algorithms in the setting up of lines. And I wondered if you could explain that. Is that like a gentle trend then, that everybody uses the algorithms and your team is strictly manual? Is that what you meant?
What the way bookmaking has evolved, there are multiple algorithms that different books that are located in Nevada as well as within other jurisdictions. They use various algorithms to help set the initial lines, to help set the prop lines, and to help set in-game lines. The way Circus Sports works is we do use these algorithms as a baseline to help set the line, but we do things maybe a little bit differently. And I feel the reason we do that is because we take larger bets on average, that our traders, our bookmakers, for an in-game line, if an algorithm says, okay, we're 10 minutes into the first half, the line ought to be a 7. Our people need to look at that, verify it. They have a dedicated system, and then they have to hit the button. We want to make sure we have an extra layer of caution that comes in. And again, it's a little bit different based upon how the different business models work. When you have a model that may take 10,000 bets in the course of, let's say, 120 seconds of a commercial, but the maximum bet is $50. There's only so much that's really going to happen in that time frame. If you take larger bets in this 2-minute period, you better make sure you don't have an inverse line. You have some other element. So we use a physical trader to verify what the algorithms are saying. It doesn't take for us, much more than maybe a half a second of a delay. But we feel it provides us with a little bit of a differentiating element to bookmaking.
Wow. Thank you for explaining that so well. I mean, we've certainly learned a lot from just that explanation. You mentioned other jurisdictions. So is it possible that when you say other jurisdictions are involved in some setting of the lines, but are those nationally North American, or they're not internationally, are they? I'm just curious.
Well, take for example, in some states, in the state of Colorado, you may have 40 different authorized sports books. Each one of those books, many of them are not licensed here in Nevada, so they have to get their lines from one system or another. So there's a handful of different organizations that help provide lines. But many companies just simply copy originators' lines as well, and that's an inexpensive way of doing it, I guess. I certainly would say that the impact of other jurisdictions and other states bringing sports wagering, legal sports wagering, to the forefront. I've always been of the thought process this is helpful for the state of Nevada. I still feel that way, particularly as many other states have now legalized sports wagering. For Circus Sports directly, we were licensed in the state of Illinois 6 weeks ago. And I can say on a firsthand basis that the increase of customers that Circus Sports has seen in the state of Illinois has actually increased our handle here in Nevada because there's become more interest in additional games. And that causes more interest on one side, creates more interest on another. So I still view sports wagering as an industry that is still very, very much in its infancy and has a tremendous amount of room to grow.
Wow. Thank you for that explanation. Wow. Thank you, Chair.
So a rising tide raises all boats. That's what you're telling me.
I believe so. I mean, I think in a very specific instance, there's a young player, the first round draft pick for the Chicago Blackhawks, and boy, people in Chicago really like to bet on him every game, whether he's going to score a goal or not. So what happens is you have so much action on the Chicago Blackhawks in the state of Illinois. Our lines are the same in all jurisdictions. So as that wagering money comes up in Illinois on one particular side, it provides other jurisdictions the ability, what we call buyback, to bet the other side to help balance the books. So just like you said, the rising tide, it rises up. So you're exactly correct.
Well, thank you for that. I learned 1 million things at every meeting. And, some of them more interesting than others. I'm not sure about our last discussion about the animal insemination was particularly something I wanted to get into, but this is very interesting. So thank you. I know. Well, I mean, I almost fell off my chair.
I thought I was alone. Good.
All right. Does anybody have any other questions or comments?
Mr. Stevens, you've really distinguished yourself in the state of Nevada in such a short time. And for the record, I love Barry's and Chef Barry, and it's one of my favorite places. But you have really changed the landscape of downtown, literally and figuratively. And I'm just very impressed. The amount that you're putting in for the build out for 1.5 million, it just says a lot about your commitment, and you're very forward thinking. So I'm just excited to see all the things you're going to do here in Nevada. And you've been very busy so far. So I'm just happy to see you every time. And it's a pleasure to get to know you a little bit better and learn more about the way you think. So thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
All right. With all of that said, does anyone wish to make a motion on restricted number 7? Non-restricted, excuse me.
Sure, Chair Tagliati. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right. Any discussion on the motion?
I believe there are some conditions.
I think is that for 8?
No, I thought it was for 7. Council, are there conditions for item 7?
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to incorporate the conditions
Okay.
as set forth in the record.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next agenda item and ask you to present on that after it's read by Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Circa Hospitality Group 1 LLC doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino for licensure as an information service and to add, remove, or modify conditions to a license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
And before you make any comments on non-restricted number 8, I just want to advise my colleagues and make a record that what I was thinking of on the last agenda item actually applies in this agenda item. And just to bring to a reminder that our November 7th, 2023 rump memo has the language. There's also, I believe, an email that you may have seen this morning related to this matter and the condition language. The rump memo dated November 7th has the language of the conditions that are being recommended as opposed to the earlier rump memo, which is slightly different, but it adds the language to both the manufacturer license and distributor license at the end of those paragraphs to read manufacturer of a race book and sports pool computerized bookmaking system, including a cashless wagering system and all associated equipment. And then under the language of distributor license, it reads B, the distribution of a race book and sports pool computerized bookmaking system, including a cashless wagering system and all associated equipment. I think that's the language that is in play that has been recommended to us by the board.
That is correct, Chair. I have a hard copy of that email that went out late yesterday or this morning for whoever's going to read the motion. I help.
Okay, we'd appreciate, I'll take it and then I'll pass it to whoever's going to read the motion, if you don't mind. I don't know. Thank you. Okay, so when you're ready.
Very good. Again, good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Carano, hearing with the applicants here on this application. Again, for the record, to my right is Derek Stevens, the CEO and a majority owner of the Circa Hospitality Group 1 LLC, as well as Dorian Sloan, the Chief Compliance Officer for the Circa Hospitality Group. With that, Chair Tagliati, like the last item, Mr. Stevens has a short affirmative presentation on the application, and then we'd be happy to take any questions. I would just add that we are aware of those new conditions as well. We were notified of those back on November 7th by staff of the board, and that's consistent with my understanding of the terminology of those conditions with respect to both the manufacturer's license and the distributor's license, subparagraph B of each of those two.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Derek Stevens. I'm the CEO of Circa Sports. I'm before you here on this item with regards to the information service provider element of our license, as we've talked about briefly just a few minutes ago and a few weeks ago in front of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. We view our numbers as something that has tremendous value. We've been asked by many others to utilize our numbers and our math because we are originators. I'm very proud that our team has developed the ability to originate numbers. We originate the college football line for the world out of our location on 1 Fremont Street. We originate the numbers for college basketball. Some sports don't have originators because the markets are so robust, but effectively we're originators and we're asking for the license to be an information service provider relative to our sports betting numbers.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I'm going to open it up to any questions or comments on this item. I think it's pretty straightforward, but if there's something, anybody?
I wasn't surprised to watch your presentation and see that, of course, you think it's in your best interest to begin development on your own software program. I was expecting that at some point, so I'm happy to see that development.
Thank you.
I have no areas of concern.
All right.
I also don't have any areas of concern, and I'm happy to make a motion if everyone else is finished with questions.
Thank you.
Okay. I move for approval of the application for licensure as an information service, and also for approval of the license to first remove and then add 2 conditions specifically with respect to the manufacturer's license. We would remove the condition that would limit the modification, the current manufacturer's license to the modification of machines that are utilized in the operation of the licensed location and its affiliated companies, and that any such modification shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as the replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component or modification that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. That would be removed. Instead, we would add this condition, the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modification shall be limited to the operational configuration changes, such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modification that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device and the manufacturer of a race and sports book pool computerized bookmaking system, including a cashless wagering system and all associated equipment. With respect to the second condition that would be removed, it would remove the distributor's license limitation to the acquisition of machines to be utilized and or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. And instead, we would add the condition that the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operation of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and the distribution of a race and sports book and the distribution of a race book and sports pool computerized bookmaking system, including a cashless wagering system and all associated equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate your appearance and
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone on the control board, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Boyd Gaming Corporation for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the applications of California Hotel and Casino, Sam Will Inc., Eldorado Inc., MSW Inc., and Coast Hotels and Casinos Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Good morning. Thank you. I do have a disclosure. Boyd Gaming, California Hotel and Casino, and Coast Casinos are adverse to a client of Louis Roca serving as local counsel, the firm where I am a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I'm also making the disclosure because my sister is a corporate paralegal with Boyd Gaming and works with Yuri Clinton, who's before us today. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning, Chair Talgatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Once again, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Cronell, appearing after the applicant, Boyd Gaming Corporation and subsidiary corporate licensees. With me at the podium is, my right is Yuri Clinton, Executive Vice President, General Counsel. Also in the audience is Lori Nelson, Senior Vice President, Financial Operations and Reporting and Chief Accounting Officer, as well as Cassie Stratford, Senior Vice President of Legal Operations and Compliance. Chair Talgatti, this is basically the application of Boyd Gaming Corporation for a new 3-year shelf public offering, or actual continuous or delayed public offering, referred to commonly as a shelf public offering, for the next 3 years, as well as applications of its corporate licensees for approval to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous delayed public offering made under the shelf approval in the next 3 years. And with that, we really have no other permanent presentation, but happy to answer any questions you may have concerning the applications.
It's fairly straightforward, but if there's any questions or comments, now would be your opportunity.
I thought the application, if I may, Madam Chair,
Sure.
the application is very straightforward. I didn't have a problem with the application, but I was a little bit concerned to see some of the internal control violations. It looks like the company is taking care of them, but I know having a very clean record was always very important to Mr. Boyd, and I'm sure it remains so for the company. Just having the number and repeatedness concerned me a little bit. I just wanted to comment on that.
Yes, Commissioner, we take it very serious. You're right. Mr. Boyd sets a very high standard continuously. At very high levels of our company, the CFO and myself, General Counsel, have been hands-on. We've had significant meetings and modifications on training and staffing, and we've addressed those issues, and we continue to address those issues.
Well, I appreciate that. And Mr. Giordano, the draft number is the 10-10-23, draft number 1.
That's correct, Commissioner. It is that's the correct order, and that order draft is fine with us, and we have no problems or concerns with the terms and provisions of that order.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I don't have anything further.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr. Clinton. It's been like twice this year. I think you're becoming popular here. And I don't see any current plans for the use of the shelf. You just want the flexibility. I think the last time I used it was in 2021 for some senior note issues. Nothing significant here. I don't have any areas of concern, but good to see you.
Okay. If anyone has any additional questions or comments, otherwise, what about a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for the approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board pursuant to draft number 1 dated October 10th, 2023.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you very much.
How's our court reporter doing? Good? Okay. Madam,
Doing well, thanks.
okay, perfect. Thank you. I look at Nicole because I know you communicate with her. And so thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications by Wendover Nugget Operator LLC and Red Garter Operator LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool operated by William Hill Race and Sportsbook at Wendover Nugget Hotel and Casino and Red Garter Hotel and Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Yes, my partner Glenn Light is appearing in front of me and we work together at the law firm of Lewis Roca, and therefore I'm recusing myself. Would you like me to come back with a recusal for the next item as well? I'm stepping out.
Okay, well,
I'll be back.
Okay, I'm not going to call it, so I guess you'll have to come back. I don't know that this is going to take very long, but good morning.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light, the law firm Lewis Roca. I'm accompanied at the podium by Justin Beltram, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the Wendover Nugget Hotel and Casino and the Red Garter Hotel and Casino. Also in attendance is Jason Bacigalupi, who is the Senior Vice President and General Counsel, and my colleague Salma Granich. As detailed at the Gaming Control Board hearing, both the Wendover Nugget Hotel and Casino and Red Garter Hotel and Casino have amended and restated their race and sportsbook lease agreements with William Hill. Among other things, the rent has been revised to allow both casinos to share in the race and sportsbook revenue. So accordingly, we're here today to request permission for both properties to share in that race and sportsbook revenue. For the avoidance of doubt, William Hill will continue to operate both books at both properties. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Just a question. Eric Carson, could you just tell me a little background? Obviously, he's an important part of all of this, but I'm not familiar with him.
Absolutely. Do you want to give Eric?
Sure.
I think he was in front of this commission in 2018 or something, 5 years ago, but you can do.
Yeah, he's been around multiple. See, I worked with him at Las Vegas Sands from, what was that, 2011 to 2017. So prior to that, I don't have exact knowledge of his history, but I believe he was with Harris Caesars before that. And he was then he was CEO of Aruze Gaming prior to Maverick as well. So he was Las Vegas Sands executive, Aruze CEO, and then now he's CEO of Maverick Gaming.
But he's the owner.
He's primary owner. Yeah, he owns majority shares.
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
And just to clarify for the record, with regards to the gaming licensees, the casinos, he is the 100% owner of the operating entities.
And where does he live?
He lives in Las Vegas.
Thank you. So good to see you, Mr. Beltram, again. Mr. Person was here in front of the Gaming Control Board with you a couple of weeks ago. But I was satisfied with what I heard at the Gaming Control Board meeting, so I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
All right. At this time, if there's no additional questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move for approval of non-restricted item number 10, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. All right. Madam Secretary, if you could, and the record should reflect, by the way, that Commissioner Brown did not vote on this matter. Now, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Shane Valentine for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll be recusing myself from this matter because my esteemed partner, Glenn Light, is appearing in front of me. We work together at the law firm as Lewis Roca. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light, the law firm Lewis Roca. I'm accompanied at the podium by Shane Valentine, who is the general manager of the Maverick Casino Hotel and Gold Country Inn and Casino. As you know, Mr. Valentine made a short affirmative presentation at the Gaming Control Board. He's happy to recap that presentation, or we can go straight to questions.
Well, like to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Good morning.
Good morning. I know we have all had the opportunity to hear you address the board, but is there anything additional you'd like to say to us, or just kind of highlight for us as far as your background?
So I've been in the gaming industry 26 years. It's my life. I love it. Moved to Elko about a year and a half ago. It's a great little northern Nevada town, and super happy to be there. Really engaged with the community, and just trying to just improve that community through what we do and being a part of that group. And just excited to be here in front of you guys and to just to move forward in gaming.
Well, thank you for being here. I have occasion to work with Elko residents and Elko attorneys in my private work quite often, actually, more than you would think. And everybody loves it there. Everybody who lives in Elko loves it there.
It's a great town.
So I just find that fascinating.
Except when the Mormon crickets are bouncing around.
I escaped them this year. Yeah.
They were
It was a mess
earlier in the summer.
Yeah.
Get a car wash after that. This, Madam Chair, this isn't an animal reference, it's an insect reference. So I'll make it
perfect.
But Elko is a most special place. I've spent many nights in your hotel, and it's really an epicenter of a very vibrant, educated, fun community.
Great time.
So I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any additional questions or comments. We always appreciate you being here when you're first applying, and getting the opportunity to meet you in person is appreciated for us. Questions?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and by approval by the Game Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. The record should reflect Commissioner Brown did not vote on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Valentine.
Yes, we can. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 12?
Unrestricted number 12 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Red Dragon Sports Bar number 201 for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you. Nevada Restaurant Services is a co-party to a client of Lewis Roca, serving as local counsel, the firm where I'm a partner, in matters in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti.
Good morning.
Commissioners, Executive Secretary Rupert, members of the board. My name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on non-restricted item number 12, which is NRSI's application for Red Dragon Sports Bar number 201. With your approval, this location would be located at 404 South 5th Street in Elko, Nevada. The estimated opening date is March of 2024. The company would like to again extend our thanks to investigator Aubrey Wilson for her work on this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments any of my colleagues may have on non-restricted number 12.
Madam Chair, if I might, just to confirm the location. So it's south of the railroad. So it's like
So as Fifth Street crosses Humboldt River, there's a bridge, and it's just kind of just east of where it crosses the river.
okay, but it's not in Spring Creek.
It's not quite in Spring Creek. It's on the edge of town there. It's not all the way out to Spring Creek in the Moyle Valley. That's correct.
I just needed a reference. That's fine. I had no questions. I think it's all very straightforward. No questions.
And I agree. I think it's very straightforward. Is this a new build out?
Yes, it's a ground up build out.
Okay, perfect.
102 machines. Is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much. I do have a few questions. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate your time. Is the budgeted $1.76 million for the building and the leasehold improvements, is that still on target? Are you over budget, under budget?
Due to some construction delays, I believe the cost of construction went up a bit, but it's not too much more than that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I anticipated. And I was reading through the materials and was looking about at the outcome of the dispositive motions that were set for hearing on September 4th, 2023. Can you give me an update on the outcome?
For the dispositive motions in the class action lawsuit?
Correct, the data breach class action suit that was commenced on August 2021.
Yes, those motions to dismiss were denied without prejudice.
Okay, thank you. And when was the motion for sanctions for failure to acknowledge the clear case law that the slot disputes must go through the Nevada Gaming Control Board filed? And what is the status of that? Can you tell me that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Brown, could you repeat that? I didn't.
I thought there was a motion for sanctions filed in the NRSI versus Mary Lou Bickett litigation.
We filed motions for sanctions, and then the attorneys on the other side counter-filed motions for sanctions, and both of those motions were denied.
Okay, good. Thank you. And then I saw something in the materials about phone scams on July 5th, 11th, 14th of 2023, and a theft issue with the assistant manager for $10,000. Are you familiar with all of this?
I am somewhat familiar with those, yes.
Was there any connection with the bartender that related to the phone scams?
We don't know for sure, but the employees were made aware of those potential phone scams, and still they managed to happen. So it's unclear whether or not they were part of that.
Okay, is there an investigation that's ongoing, and is there any training that has been implemented to ensure that you're not having these issues going forward? Because the sums seem to be pretty substantial.
Yes, there's ongoing training, and the employee is no longer with the company.
Okay, and what kind of training, if you have any insight on that? I'm just curious.
Training that goes out through, we have a training department, and they create memos and videos and things like that that go out through our training system, which is an online system, so that can be accessed by the employees from wherever they're at. And there was a training specifically created for those scams.
And since the training was implemented, have any more of those scams hit the company?
Some have attempted, but they were not successful.
Well, that's good. That means the training's working. Well, thank you so much for answering all of my questions. I have no areas of concern.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments?
No areas of concern from me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, at this time, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I've been asked by my colleagues to take a comfort break. So we're going to take a brief recess, 7 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, we're back on the record and our court reporter is with us. And we are ready to have Madam Secretary please read in non-restricted number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Jared Saft for licensure as an officer at GV Tenant Inc., doing business as Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to non-restricted item number 13, I have a disclosure to make. GV Tenant Inc. is a parent company for Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino, a property which my husband, who's a retired state employee, currently works as Director of Internal Audit. This application has no effect on his employment as he works exclusively on the gaming side of the property and has at the property level and has little interaction, if any, with corporate employees. I have no pecuniary interest in this application and do not believe that the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this, by these facts, and I do intend to participate and vote on this matter.
Thank you. Well, good morning, or is it afternoon now? Okay. Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu. I'm with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and I'm here on behalf of GV Tenant Inc., DBA Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. It's an honor and a pleasure to be in front of you guys this morning and this afternoon. With me is the applicant, Mr. Jared Saft. And then with me to my left is my colleague, who I think needs no introduction, Mr. Greg Giordano, and then also who needs no introduction, Mr. Michael Liparelli, former chair of GCB and CEO of GV Tenant, amongst many other impressive titles. Today, Mr. Saft's application before you is for licensure as an officer, vice president of Westgate. I believe that you've likely watched the GCB video or read the transcript, so we'll keep it brief. With that, Mr. Saft would like to introduce himself briefly to you, and then if you'd like, we'll open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We always appreciate the opportunity to meet you in person.
Well, thank you so much. It's obviously my first gaming commission meeting, and it's been an interesting experience and learned a lot throughout. As Ms. Banu said, I come to Nevada often. I live in Orlando, Florida with my wife and 3 young daughters. So I'm probably the only person who comes to Nevada to get a good night's sleep. But I've worked at Westgate since 2006, been in Nevada quite regularly since then. Westgate began construction of the Planet Hollywood Towers, which is now Alara. We sold that 2009 or 2010 and purchased the LVH, formerly the Las Vegas Hilton International Hotel, on July 1st, 2014. It's really an honor to work with Mr. Liparelli and get involved in the gaming side of the business. We have an incredible team over there, and I just hope that I can be additive to the group. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open up to my colleagues for any questions they may have.
Okay. Mr. Saft, thank you for coming. This must be a little bit traumatic for you. The first time is always a little bit traumatic. But nonetheless, you had some exciting plans for the property. You mentioned that at the Gaming Control Board. And I wondered if you could mention how you see the Fontainebleau interacting or integrating its efforts with the convention center and your property. I think you mentioned even at the Gaming Control Board that you were excited about the Fontainebleau's opening.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The north end of the strip appears to be in the midst, or the precipice of revitalization. We've been looking at the Fontainebleau in its current state for almost 10 years as the owners of the property, and we have a significant amount of land out front directly underneath the monorail or adjacent to the monorail, where we have future big plans for what we believe we can develop out there. So we've been going through a lot of kind of internal discussions about what the highest and best use of that land would be. But we do think the timing is right in the next few years to begin to explore and reimagine that space. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of investing in the room product, the casino product, the entertainment product, and really revitalizing one of the last remaining significant casinos in Nevada. Obviously a lot of them get torn down, but we're excited to be able to take what we call legendary Vegas and grow it and expand on it. So there's a lot of great things to come for the north end of the Strip, and nobody's rooting the Fontainebleau on more than we are.
Good. Thank you for that. Good luck with that too.
Thank you, sir.
Does the monorail serve the property well?
It does. We're one of the few properties that has a monorail stop directly at the entrance of the property. Most of the properties have the monorail toward the back end, but we do find that there's a lot of guests that kind of prefer to stay off the Strip and just hop easily on the monorail and then go forward. We are in the process of several months from being complete with the boring tunnel as well. And we think that's another great opportunity for guests to be able to navigate to our property very easily. And I'll add that we were very particular in working with the boring company where the actual tunnel would go so as not to disrupt future plans for what we'd be able to do on the land above it.
Of course. And that would be Convention Center to Westlake.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Pardon me?
I didn't hear.
The boring company, which is the underground tunnel for the Tesla transportation
Correct.
that goes from the convention center apparently also to Westlake. I'm not sure if it's going to go to you may know better than me, the Fontainebleau or to the Resorts World across the Strip. These were just rumors.
And you went to Resorts World, so
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're looking at building it from where to where?
No, so we are almost complete with our boring tunnel. So it does go to Resorts World. I believe Wynn might be next, but that'd be a better question for them. And our goal, although I think we might miss it, was to try and have it ready for CES, but it'll be sometime around then that we'll have the boring tunnel open. And so again, for a property that's off Strip, it's incredibly important to create egress for guests like the monorail, like the boring tunnel who want to go out.
Is it the same tunnel that goes from Resorts World to the Convention Center?
It's part of the same tunnel network. We have an in tunnel and an out tunnel. So basically cars come in and then cars go
It'll
out.
be another one, but they can use it to go from.
Correct. Eventually it'll be one. I feel like I'm here for the boring tunnel. Eventually one giant network for the boring tunnel. And they've made commitments to us that obviously they can go throughout the city into downtown.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Marcus.
No, thank you. That's great.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Saft, it's such a pleasure to meet you in person. I mean, what a huge accomplishment. I don't know if you're 40 yet, but in the materials it said you were 39. So to be a vice
40
president.
a couple months ago.
Okay, well, happy birthday. But
thank you.
What a great birthday gift to turn 40 and to be the vice president of a huge company like this is just quite impressive. So I'm honored to meet you, and I know your wife. We had litigation together. Your name came up. She was very defensive, so I think she's a great wife. But we resolved that case some time ago. She didn't want me to depose you. She's smart, but I'm
married up. I will put that on the record.
Yes, you chose very well.
Thank you.
So tell Kate I said hello.
I certainly
and
will.
You just have a clean record, and I'm very impressed. And I'm happy to see somebody young, fresh, up and coming, bringing new ideas to Las Vegas, and I hope to see great things from you in the future here in Las Vegas.
Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
You've been with the Westgate since pretty much right out of college, correct?
Yeah, out of graduate school. So
Out
I
of grad
joined in
school.
2006. Yes, and obviously been with the property here since 2014.
Right, at the corporate level, you've been there for.
That's
quite a
right.
while.
Early on when we purchased the property, we spent a lot of time out here because we were doing a lot of the redevelopment. And, now I would say I'm out here every 6 weeks or so.
Perfect. And I noted in our materials that you divested from B3 Capital Fund 3 LLC as far as your personal investments. But does that fund still, or I'm sorry, do the trusts for your children and nieces still have an interest in that trust?
No, so that was a different fund that there's multiple V3 capital funds.
Oh, that's 5.
Yeah,
Sorry.
5.
This is 3. Got it.
The one that was at issue is Fund 3, I believe, and we divested that within a couple of weeks of
Okay,
that being
perfect. I missed the 3 and the 5.
No problem.
Thank you.
Understandable.
And you have no fire and hire authority at the property, right? You're not involved that
no.
much operationally. It's more at the strategic level.
Correct. It's
That was my
intention.
understanding. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I'll be working with Mr. Liparelli and Cami Christensen, our property president.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
And just some clarification and good morning. And Mr. Liparelli, always a pleasure to see you, sir. I wish I was 40 again. I miss those sleepless nights. I had the cannabis question. Thank you for answering that. I thought you said in the Gaming Control Board meeting that you would be in Las Vegas monthly, and I think you just said 6 weeks, but could you
I
just
believe
more describe, again, I know it's inexact, but what the regular anticipated rhythm and how long you're on the ground when you are here?
Yeah, so I think what I said was 5 to 6 weeks, and I rounded up this time because I know my next trip will probably be in about 6 weeks. But I'm here, I would say, every 5 to 6 weeks or so. Obviously, this month I've been here twice, and on each trip I'm here no less than 2 nights, no more than 4. And
Any as Kate will allow.
Exactly. Three girls. So as soon as they've had enough of me, they send me off and then I come back.
Then they're done that, 3 daughters. So, all right, thank you. No further.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Right. I have no additional questions. I intend to support your application and I'm very pleased to have you here to answer the questions in person and we are always appreciate it. So with that, does anyone have a motion?
Prepared.
Okay.
Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you. All right. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 14.
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of Cheryl Condra for licensure as a director at Galaxy Gaming, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Madam Chair, that disclosure would be mine. It's always a pleasure to see Mr. Scherer, friend of the commission. So much of a pleasure that I have to disclose it. Once upon a time, he served as my counsel in my private life, but I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person will not be materially affected by this relationship. I plan to participate and vote on this matter. Good morning, Mr. Scherer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicants. It was so long ago that it was at my former law firm. So just to provide some clarification on that. But thank you, Madam Chair, for waiving the approval of, or the appearance of Cheryl Condra by, and allowing her to appear by Zoom today. We appreciate that. And also wanted to say thank you to I think Special Agent Heather Lambert for her professionalism and courtesy in this investigation. As you know, Ms. Condra has from the Game Control Board meeting, has a very strong background in the industry and a very clean background. But this is her first time being licensed, so we're happy to have her provide a brief overview of her background if you would like, or and answer any questions that the commission may have.
Good afternoon, Ms. Condra. Thank you for being here. And if you could please introduce yourself to us, we would really appreciate it.
Thank you again for I've been in Vegas the last 3 weeks, so just trying to do my job here a bit in Nashville. Just a quick history, raised in Lake Tahoe, Wicker Cove is my hometown where I went to school, went on to UNR, received my accounting degree, and then on to my master's in accountancy at a later time. I spent 25 years in the casino industry, living in the Northern Nevada area, back to Memphis, back to Vegas. Chief Compliance Officer at Pinnacle at one point, but mainly VP or head of internal audit through Caesars, Pinnacle, and then Resorts World, Genting out of the New York, Miami, Bimini area. The Las Vegas property was not open at the time when I was at Resorts World. And then in 2020, just decided time to move on from the gaming industry and got into retail. So I now work for Tractor Supply Company. Bit of a change, I won't lie, from the casino industry, but have enjoyed my time so far at Galaxy as the audit committee chair. And then I also sit on the compliance committee. So if there's any questions on background or role, I do sit currently as the VP of audit at Tractor. I don't know if I mentioned that that's my title now, but that's kind of my quick background.
Thank you. At this time, I am going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki this time.
This is 2 times today that I get to do a shout out for Douglas County residents, or at least once upon a time, even though you were sitting in Tennessee. Zephyr Cove, were you a Whittel warrior?
I am. I went to Kingsbury Middle School and I Zephyr Cove Elementary, and then yes, I did graduate.
And a Mighty Cub, so it's all good. No, I that is my neighborhood, and obviously a special place. I have no questions. You're eminently qualified and happy to support your application.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for appearing before us today. Just out of curiosity, how much time do you devote to your work with Galaxy versus your work with the Tractor Supply Company?
I think Galaxy kind of varies. I would say it's probably, maybe 15, 20 hours a month, just depending whether it's a quarter end and we're having a board meeting or a compliance committee meeting, or we're just jumping on calls for other things that come up. But I would say on average, some months are more, some are less. But Tractor is my full-time role. We're about 3 days in the office, 2 days work from home. But it is a smaller team here, so I would say it's time-wise at Tractor versus what I spent at Caesars is a little bit less. But yeah, I would say average 15 to 20 hours.
Thank you. I have no areas of concern. You have a very clean record, and I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, may I ask another question? Ms. Condra, do you sit on other boards, or are you on a separate audit committee with another company, or is this your only board?
This is my only board. Tractor does have an internal requirement that we are only allowed to be on one board as an employee of Tractor Supply Company. So
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 14 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you, Ms. Condra, for your appearance here today, and congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you again for allowing Ms. Condra to appear from Nashville by Zoom.
Thank you. All right. We're now going to move to the restricted items held out for discussion. If you could, Madam Secretary, read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Justin Quirrell for temporary licensure as successor in interest of the estate of Lisa Marie Quirrell. It is also the applications of FWJ LLP for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. And you have the application for registration of MAM's Trust as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Justin Robert Quirrell as trustee and beneficiary. It is also the applications of MAM's Trust and Justin Quirrell for licensure as a managing partner as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Morning.
Good afternoon.
Or afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the Fenimore Craig Law Firm, appearing on behalf of the applications as indicated by Madam Secretary. And present at the podium with me is Justin R. Quirrell. And we thank the board for accommodating, the board and the commission for accommodating our appearance remotely from the hearing room in Carson City. We'd like to again express our appreciation to Chief Hoffman, Supervisor Allen, Senior Agent Peters, and Agent Lombardo for their usual professionalism in advancing the application to agenda. We gave a fairly robust affirmative presentation before the board and would rest on that record. The only additional fact that's heard since the board meeting is that the board opened up the registrations for restricted licensee seminars since the board meeting, and Mr. Quirrell is registered for the January meeting. But we'd be happy to answer any questions, or if there's a particular issue you'd like us to address, we'd do so.
Thank you. And thank you for the update on the seminar. If I can ask my colleagues, who would like to start? Commissioner Marcantonis has his finger on the button.
Chair, I was very comfortable to hear the presentation in front of the Gaming Control Board and will be happy to support this application.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Reeser, I just wanted to echo Commissioner Marcantonis's comments. Your explanations always seem to respond to all of my questions, so I appreciate the thoroughness, and I don't have anything further.
Thank
you. Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Quirrell, thank you for appearing before us today. As I listened to the presentation and reviewed the materials, it was clear to me that upon your mother's passing, and I'm sorry for your loss, by the way, you were very quick to notify the Nevada Gaming Control Board, but I think it was your misapprehension that you were supposed to resolve all of the probate matters and then apply. And of course, the presentation by your counsel was very thorough, concise, and answered every one of my questions and questions I didn't even know I had. So I don't have any areas of concern. The second you realized it was a misstep, you acted immediately. So I really don't have any issue with the fact that it was over a year late to submit the application, but notwithstanding that, I understand that there was a misunderstanding, but now you have able counsel. If you ever have questions, you can ask and make sure you're in compliance. And I'm happy to hear that you've registered for the January class. So thank you again for appearing before us, and I have no areas of concern.
Any additional questions or comments?
May I add something for the record, Madam Chair?
Sure.
I just wanted to point out, although the application was over a year late, this application just is distinguished in my mind from other incidents we've had, in that it was due to misunderstanding, but he also didn't act or take ownership of any of the assets. So that was a big distinction in my mind. And I just wanted to make that clear for the record for the benefit of others. Thank you.
I agree with that distinction. We have had other circumstances where that's occurred, and that didn't occur here. And so that is an important distinction, I think, just for the record. Is anyone prepared to make a motion?
I just have one more comment. I can't leave today without saying this to council. I was watching your presentation and you made a reference to the Johnny Cash review, and I have watched you over the years and you just go above and beyond for your clients. And I'm so impressed with you, and I enjoy watching your presentations all the time, and your level of excellence really shines through on every matter, large or small. So thank you for reading that into the record about the Johnny Cash review. It was very poignant and gave so much color and flavor to real people's lives and issues that are before us. And always a pleasure when you appear. So I had to say that before we voted, of course. Thank you.
Thank you,
Pardon the
Commissioner.
interruption.
Okay. If there's nothing else, then Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, including all of the conditions listed therein.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of DJ's All-American Tavern LLC doing business as DJ's All-American Tavern for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for registration of Williams Entertainment Group LLC as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Jerome Howard Williams as a member and manager. You also have the applications of Williams Entertainment LLC and Jerome Williams for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jesse Wadhams with the law firm of Black & Wadhams here today representing the applicant, Mr. Williams, Williams Entertainment, and DJ's All-American. I do want to acknowledge very much so all of the efforts of Agent Peters, Agent Jeffries, and Agent Morton on this application. They did a fantastic job and are very much a credit to the control board. Actually, I will not overanalyze this. Mr. Williams is before you to introduce himself and answer any questions.
Hi, welcome. Nice to meet you.
I'm here.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Why don't I just open it? You know, we did have the opportunity, just the way this is set up, you have to come twice. It's one of those things, but I will open it up for any questions or comments.
Certainly. And thank you for being here, Ms. Williams. And of course, it hasn't been the traditional way to evolve into the gaming industry.
I agree.
And congratulations on that, because it's always so good to see people who can achieve what many would not even dare to try. But you work closely with your son? Still working? He's doing the construction side still?
He is.
So you're out of that completely?
No, I'm still doing estimating, and my daughter's coming along very well with the accounting. So they're telling me they need me less and less, but I'm still going to be there for a bit.
Well, they obviously extremely well trained and good DNA. Well done.
Well, I made a deal with the son. He can either go to college or he can go to work. So he went to work.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions?
I'm happy to hear, hopefully, that you'll be working a little bit less. You were about a third the time.
About
Yep.
30%. Yeah. Yeah. I should be down. I think I'm only working 30% of what I normally work.
I think that's
I
wonderful.
think.
I hope. I have that hope for you. I hope it pans out. But the only other thing I wanted to make sure, have you registered yet for the regulatory compliance course?
Yes.
Okay. Are you taking it in January?
I don't know that.
Yeah, we've sent it to his assistant, Ms. Bay, and so she's on that register.
Wonderful. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you in person, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming today.
Thank you.
I also just wanted to thank you for being here. I think you've accomplished a tremendous amount, and it looks like you're getting your kids off to a good start. You're putting a significant investment into this project, so I know that you're going to work the 20 hours that you hope and more if needed.
Right.
May give you something else to do once they stop needing you on the construction side.
I think it's going to fulfill my construction needs while I'm sitting there taking care of other things. But yeah,
And honestly, they'll never stop needing you and asking questions. So I'm sure they'll appreciate having you around as long as possible. I don't have any further questions and no concerns about supporting the application. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Williams, for making me smile and laugh when I heard you in front of the gaming control board. You were talking about knuckleheads can
Yeah.
make a living. That's a great term. I hope you get down from your 60 hours a week to this only being 20. I have no issues, and it's always a pleasure to see Mr. Wadhams, but I'm happy to support this application.
The doctor said, you've been in a long time. And I kind of laughed like, yeah. When I was walking out, I was thinking, it's supposed to be a summer job in 1978. Just stuck.
Well, I think you have a unanimous support of your application up here, so I'll ask someone to make a motion.
My green light is still on. I'm happy to move for approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Hyde Park Holdings LLC doing business as Flex Cocktail Lounge for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of David Woodall and Sean Grooms for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you. Flex Cocktail is adverse to a client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I am a partner in a trademark infringement matter in which I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of the agenda item, and I do not believe independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here with the applicants, Mr. Woodall and Mr. Grooms. Before you this afternoon is the application for a restricted gaming license for 15 machines for a tavern use. The tavern opened in April of 2023. The license is currently being held by the slot route operator. So since April of 2023 through present, it's operating under a space lease. If approved today, the applicants would be licensed and they would convert to a participation agreement and start participating in the gaming revenue. The applicants did register for the January 2024 seminar, so they will be attending that. And with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for being here in person. It's a pleasure to meet you and we appreciate you being here. And at this point, I'm going to open it up for questions by my colleagues, if you have any, starting with perhaps Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you both for being here. If you could just maybe briefly introduce yourselves. Zoom is sometimes hard to see and I couldn't tell who was who in the video because of.
My name's David Woodall. I was the GM of Flex Cocktail Lounge before it closed.
At the other location, correct?
At the old location,
Okay.
yes. And I was an employee there as a bartender. I've been with Flex now going on 9 years, I guess. When David decided to back out of continuing,
David Elson.
David Elson, the other David. Me and Sean got together. He's been a good friend of mine for a number of years. I believe we met in 2007. We both agreed that we wanted to continue that legacy of Flex and a piece of Vegas for a long time. And we couldn't let it die. So
Right. And
here
did
we
you
are.
Purchase that brand? It's at a different location, but same name.
We purchased the brand from David Elson. And we'll be continuing on.
Great. And you own the premises of this location, is that correct?
Own it?
Yeah.
No, we're
You're
leasing.
leasing it? Okay.
Leasing, yeah.
I know I remember you're in the record, your mother had made an investment into it.
Yes.
She was the lender to get the business going. I misunderstood that.
Yeah,
was
she sold some stocks and stuff and
Okay, great. Well, it's nice to have that support and it's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't have any concerns or any specific questions regarding your background, but I just wanted the opportunity to meet you.
Yes, and I'm Sean Grooms. I've been involved with Flex a little off and on. Bartended as a second job for a period of time. Then during the whole COVID thing, I helped and Dave took over as the general manager when the previous GM passed away unexpectedly. I came in to help him kind of get things going. During COVID, we did some kind of working on the bar. And then after we finally reopened, we were able to get the bar's kitchen, that location going again. And I took over as the kitchen manager until we closed. Like he said, he got a hold of me and said, guess what's happening? And well, let's do it. So here we are.
And you're 50-50 partners.
We
in
are,
this, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate you being here and I don't have any further questions for either of you.
Appreciate the privilege. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown and Marcantonis, any questions?
No further questions from myself.
I'm very excited about your new business venture. I think it's wonderful that you're carrying on history from Las Vegas. I mean, it's been around since 93, I think.
Somewhere around there,
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I moved here in 93 and I remember seeing it when I moved here.
think the date on the original license for Flex was 1992. That came from Hyde Park Liquor and Hyde Park Lounge, which originated in the same area around 1961.
I love your passion and your enthusiasm, and I think the two of you as partners will do very well together. I'm looking forward to many years of your work together and being part of the Las Vegas Valley culture. So congratulations, and I hope it goes very well for you.
Anything else?
No, just I love the background, love the story, how you got here. Very exciting. And from the gaming control board, you talked about no cover charges and all of that. So you're all comfortable. So I'm perfectly prepared to submit this application.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
As am I. So at this time, would anyone care to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And like to
Well done.
thank Angelo
Congratulations.
Pardo for all his hard work during this application process. And would like to say happy Thanksgiving to the commission, to the board and to staff.
Thank you.
See you guys
too.
next month.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I've asked you to read in restricted number 4, 5, 6, and 7 together in hopes that we could hear them together and vote on them together.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Lucky's One Farm 82 LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge. You also have the application for licensure of Golden Tavern Group LLC as a member and manager. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Restricted number 5 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Lucky's 2 Jones 83 LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge. You also have the application for licensure of Golden Tavern Group as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Restricted number 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Lucky's 3 Maryland 84 LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge. You also have the application for licensure of Golden Tavern Group LLC as a member and manager. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Restricted number 7 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application for licensure of Lucky's 4 Prater 85 LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lucky's Lounge. You also have the application for licensure of Golden Tavern Group as a member and manager. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Okay, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here on these agenda items. We've all had the opportunity to watch the meeting, but I'm glad to have you here to answer any questions that might come up that I can't know about because of open meeting laws in advance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Gaming Control Board. You heard, I will be brief. I wanted to be a little bit, thank you for doing those all together. Now we're bigger than Fountain Blue at one thing. But if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
So I'll open it up to my colleagues for any questions you may have on any of the agenda items 4 through 7.
It's very straightforward and repetitive. I have no questions. You did a nice job at the presentation and I've reviewed the materials, so I have no areas of concerns and no questions. Thank you.
I ditto that. Well done.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to make a motion on restricted 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted items 4, 5, 6, and 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
I would like to thank Katie Jones, Agent Katie Jones. She did an amazing job with us on this and helped us get this completed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So at this time, we're now going to have our next agenda item is restricted number 9. Madam Secretary, if you could read that into the record.
Restricted number 9 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business as Rayleigh's number 117 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Phyllis Gilland, for Sartini Gaming. Madam Chairs, Commissioners, Executive Secretary, thank you. Again, I will not go through presentation unless you have additional questions. I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. I will open it up for any additional questions or comments that anyone may have on this agenda item.
Nothing additional from me. I'd be happy to support the application.
Thank you.
All right, it appears there are no additional questions or comments. So does anyone have a motion?
Chair, I'll move for approval of restricted item number 9 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you. And
Appreciate
to
it.
Agent Partee, thank you as well.
All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 11?
Restricted number 11 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming doing business at Fuel Bros for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello.
Good afternoon, I guess.
Yes.
We're there yet. My name is Keith Rother, and I'm the operations manager for Shortline Gaming.
And Dwayne apologizes for not being here, but he's part of that grandfather thing and just recently had a new grandbaby. So he's out of the state right now.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's always helpful to have someone here that can answer questions and just provide information if requested. So I'm going to open it up on this item to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
If I may briefly, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Welcome. Thank you for coming
thank
and
you.
appearing before us today. Just in terms of the projection for the opening of the location, is it still projected to open in November of 2023, which is now?
I think yesterday I had an update that they're looking later in December.
Okay.
Only because of some, issues with the construction part of the job.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. And I know there was some discrepancy in connection with the correct address not being the Blue Diamond address and being the 8950 West Wind Road address, just for clarity of the record today.
That's correct. We were given the address by the company initially, and then we were informed that Clark County had changed that address to a West Wind address.
Excellent. I have no areas of concern. It's straightforward, and I appreciate your time today. And thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
All right. There being no additional questions or comments, does anyone have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, there being no additional, thank you. No additional questions or comments. Does anyone have a motion?
I'll move for approval of restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the gaming control.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you being here again. Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, Madam Secretary, if I believe that concludes our agenda items held out for discussion. If you could please read in our next item.
The next item on the agenda is the consideration of appointments to the Off-Track Parimutuel Wagering Committee.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein, a law firm of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing today on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel Association and in support of the recommendation of the current members of the Off-Track Parimutuel Wagering Committee to be nominated for reappointment to the committee. Appearing with me today are Patty Jones, longtime executive director of the Nevada Parimutuel Association, and Zachary Levine, an executive with MGM Resorts who currently serves as president of the NPMA. Also here today are representatives of some of the current committee members who are here in the event the commission has any questions for them specific. Chair Tagliati, with your permission, I would like to provide briefest of backgrounds
Please.
On this item from the industry's perspective, including an explanation of the role of the committee and NPMA.
Please.
The Off-Track Parimutuel Wagering Committee today is strictly a creature of statute. Initially, the commission actually created the committee of all the books utilizing its general authority. That original committee consisted of all 17 race books then in existence who were taking parimutuel wagering. Later, when the industry grew to 55 books, the committee of all the books became unwieldy and legislation was enacted. Specifically, amendments were made to NRS 464.020 and a committee consisting of 9 books appointed by the commission was formed. This was in 1997, and the 3 categories of committee members that you see today in the statute were put into place. In 2005, the committee was expanded to 11 members. The sole purpose of the committee is twofold. One, to negotiate agreements with the off-track parimutuel operators in other states, i.e. the racetracks, in order to merge the Nevada wagering pools with the tracks pools. And second, to negotiate an agreement with the Nevada systems operator or hub to operate the Nevada wagering pools and merge them with the pools at the track. The committee is important for 2 reasons. It puts the Nevada race books on a more equal footing when negotiating fees with the tracks, which have the exclusive control over their products, and with the Nevada systems operator, which effectively has a monopoly over what it does. The committee also serves to put the smaller race books in the state on the same footing as the larger books, as the law requires there be a single rate or fee to be charged to all books for being part of the parimutuel system that gets pooled by the systems operator and for taking wagers under the agreements with each specific track. So that is the committee. It has no funding mechanism, no staff or infrastructure, no other duties or responsibilities. That's where the MPMA comes in. The MPMA represents all 65 Nevada parimutuel books and provides the administrative support for the agreements with the tracks and the systems operator to get executed and implemented. It also ensures that the agreements are provided to the board and properly approved by the board and commission in accordance with the regulations. Each book pays dues to the association so that it may function. There's a 4-member board of directors and 4 officers, of which Mr. Levine is one. Ms. Jones functions as the executive director and sole employee. And while Ms. Jones interfaces with the tracks and the hub to get the agreements done and processed, she has no authority whatsoever on behalf of the parimutuel wagering committee to negotiate with the tracks or the hub. She and the MPA strictly operate in an administrative capacity. At this point, I'll stop and see if there are any questions about the committee and the parimutuel association before I go into the appointments. Okay.
No questions.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, because I think he's going to get into the specifics. So if you're going to have a question about
I
generalities.
just have questions about some governance issues and how it's done. I mean, I can wait or I'll do it now.
Sure.
So this is a peculiar creature of statute. 11 people, everyone gets a 5-year term, and it's all at the same time. Is there a reason why it's not a stay?
Can I interrupt for a second? It's not a 5-year term. They're asking for a 5-year term. It's what we decided to be between the option of what is now, which is 2-year terms, and what they're requesting, which is 5-year terms.
Historically,
right.
it has been a 5-year term. We discussed possibly shortening it.
There was a discussion about shortening.
Maybe that's
Shortening
part
it.
of my question because it is.
There's confusion. Mhm.
Yeah, the statute's not specific, and so historically, the commission has done it for a 5-year
I misunderstood.
term. The last time was, November of 2018.
So then I'll go back to the stagger point. I mean, again, we're not the legislature and can't do that, but it's just interesting that everyone in theory can come in together and leave together and it jumpstarts all over again.
Yeah, it's never really been an issue. From time to time, books do drop off the committee as a result of either getting out of the parimutuel business or mergers and acquisitions and reshuffling of licensees. So there have been changes along the 5-year term, and when that happens, we apply to the commission on the individual basis on behalf of that book.
Okay.
Okay, and that makes sense. And Mr. Levine, how or Mr. Rubenstein, you're the president of the association today, or the committee. How does that happen? Do all 65 members vote, or is it just the 11?
So I'll make a distinction that it's not of the committee. That I have no role with the committee. I'm the president of the board of the Nevada Parimutuel Association.
Committee can you go back over that? The
Yes,
committee
so
that we supervise,
yeah,
that has no money and no ability to administer anything.
Correct. It has strictly 2 functions: negotiate the rates with the track and negotiate the agreement with the hub. And that's all the committee does.
Okay.
And it was created because having 65 books try and do that was unwieldy. So the committee just does those 2 functions. Parimutuel Association is the administrative side, which carries out all the day-to-day activities of making the contracts.
And you're the president
work.
of that association, and you are the sole member, and the dues that are paid is your income, your salary.
Oh, no, I am.
Wow, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I am a senior vice president with MGM Resorts International. That is my income.
No, I'm looking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You are the staff.
Okay.
You have one staff member, and I'm sorry, I have your name in front of me.
Yeah, Patty Jones, she has her S corp that gets, the compensation. She serves as the executive director. The dues exceed her salary. There are other administrative functions and expenditures from time to time.
But for the record, they are separate.
They are
The
entirely
committee
separate.
is supervised by us.
Yes.
And then the association is an entity that has been that is supported by its members to affect the administrative and ministerial tasks that have been decided by the committee.
Correct. Correct.
So somebody sending over the contract, somebody pulling it out of the email and printing it, somebody, there's not really a mechanism to have a staff member with the committee to do the ministerial things and the administrative things, following up with a phone call for the contract that was supposed to come yesterday but hasn't come yet, that kind of thing. A very administrative and ministerial task. Not to minimize what you do, because it's like herding cats, I'm sure.
Well,
But
and sometimes the committee needs to communicate what they've decided, and there are 11 race book managers or directors that don't have the time to interface directly with the track. So they will say, Patty, we had a meeting. We decided we're willing to pay X%. The track is at Y. We decided to compromise. Here's the new number. Will you please go tell them and see what they think? So we will.
As a mouthpiece.
Yes.
And then just one last point. It's more of a global, but it's about individuals. So of the 11 individuals that are being considered by the Gaming Commission for appointment to the committee, right?
You got it.
Okay, I got it.
It's not easy.
It's those names are supplied as Nevada Resource Association has 5, but is there a greater universe than these 11? I know the notice went out by the Gaming Control Board saying, we are accepting nominations for these 11, but as we consider these 11 individuals, are we aware of, it's up to them to do it, but
we're not aware of any off-track parimutuel books that don't belong to the Parimutuel Association, and none of the other books outside the 11. There are a total of 65. A lot of them are affiliated with the 11, but none of the other books who are not affiliated with the 11 have reached out to us and asked.
So this is not a
or to us.
contested appointment of.
No.
That is correct. No one's expressed an interest in serving.
Perfect. Madam
Just for
Chair.
clarity, we're being asked to appoint
Entities.
not individuals.
Right.
And they can have their desired representative.
Correct.
I just
correct.
wanted to make sure. I was
Yeah, and
clear.
typically they'll send whoever's in charge of their race operation.
But it's pretty clear that there's a consensus
Yes.
in the industry of who would be appropriately that the industry really is coming forth through self-nominations and without anyone standing here objecting and saying, no, give it to me, that the industry has agreed that this is a fair representative group for the committee, that we could rely on these entities based upon the association's members all having the opportunity, should they so choose, to express interest. The ones that have not been challenged or otherwise objected to us, at least. Would that be a fair summary?
Yeah, no one has been excluded from the process. Everyone's had an opportunity to reach out to us and express interest in serving. And what it turned out was the 11 members currently appointed wish to be reappointed, and no one else has expressed interest.
Okay, and then there's a shifting, if you will, of one.
Yes. Yeah, when we had sent in basically what the committee had asked in terms of reappointment, our computations were done in a slightly different manner than the board's. We interpreted the statute, and the legislative history tends to support us on this, but it's at the end of the day not a hill to die for.
I respectfully disagree with the Deputy Attorney General.
No.
No? Okay.
No, but we've always, the books have always interpreted the gross revenue number to be used for the computation to be the gross revenue strictly from off-track parimutuel wagering, and not the full gross revenue from casino, all sources of gaming. The board interprets it differently. In the end, the 11 members won't change, because basically we requested that Hotspur be nominated under section 5B. And it turns out they don't qualify, but Westgate, which was one of the nominees we had recommended under 5C, does fit in the 5B bucket. So we would ask that Westgate be appointed under 5B and Hotspur be appointed under 5C.
So it's not a hill to die for, especially today.
Especially today, and it's something that really would have to be done legislatively.
Right. So I appreciate very much. I misspoke on the 5 years, 2 years. Honestly, leaned over and was reminded of an email. And so I had my years switched, which makes sense since this hasn't come before us for appointments in the last 2 years. So, so sorry about that. But it's a lot to unpack, the association versus the committee. But the gist of it is that we're in charge of the committee. We're probably going to be seeing some more frequent reporting and things. So we're going to have a chance to get more educated on these things as we often do as they come up. And so I appreciate you being here. I know, there is a distinction between what you do for, as a courtesy to the association members who are volunteering their time to do the work on the committee to the benefit of all the participants and to our state. So we understand that asking them to leave their, jobs to make phone calls and to go through things and to do the administrative and the ministerial tasks is a huge ask, and not realistic. And also not one person in charge, right? And so I'm thinking your job is full-time. So it's a full-time job. We would need 11 members to carve up a full-time job and to do administrative and ministerial work. And that is just not practical. It's not realistic. And so for that reason, I think all of that makes sense to me, even though at first blush, I was like, okay, I didn't really understand the distinction, but now I do. When I first learned about our committee. And so I'm very comfortable with the recommendations that you've made and the work that has been done by your members of the association to go forward with this is going to be my pleasure if I'm supported by anyone making a motion and the vote.
Let me ask a quick question.
Sure.
With respect to the term of the appointment, you indicated that historically it's been a 5-year term, but you were thinking about going to a 2, or are you requesting?
No, I think there was some discussion on the commission side
Okay.
of possibly
Got it.
reducing it to 2. We would obviously prefer that it be 5. But
That
it's,
would require a BDR and a legislative.
no.
No, that's
The
it.
5 years has been discretionary. There's nothing in the statute that had ever prescribed a term. Just like there's nothing in the statute that staggers terms. The statute just says commission has the authority to appoint these 11 members. That's all it says. And the categories they are.
I will say this, that I believe the talk of the 2 years comes from, the sense that it is our responsibility to be supervising and being apprised and ensuring that we have a level of comfort with the committee that we control, for lack of a better term. And so, but that can be accomplished in a myriad of ways, in addition to whether, there are discussions between myself and the association members and not the association members, but the committee members that I don't think would be opposed by the association to have a more frequent reporting, just a general understanding so that the whole commission gets the opportunity to be updated on the work of the committee. And so, and I think one of the other issues that you addressed, 2 years versus 5 years or 3 years versus 5 years, whatever option is the preference of the commission, is when anyone's going to exit by necessity because they don't meet the qualifications or the property's been sold, it comes before us again.
Right.
So that is a kind of an ad hoc supervision circumstance where when it's on the agenda, we can ask anything we want. But if we couple those circumstances with, potentially we can anticipate some additional reporting before us on a regular basis. I think, I'm not sure I necessarily have a strong opinion, or I'm offended by 5 years. I will say the makeup of this board changes, right? And so that if that's of concern, then that's something the commission should discuss. I'll be honest, I didn't hear about this for some period of time. And it was on my radar screen in the last year. But, if we have changing board members, I still think by having reporting, they're going to come in. We haven't quite finalized an order, but there'll be updated public meeting reporting. And so that would still give the commission the opportunity to ask questions and to feel satisfied that the supervision that should be occurring is occurring. The one thing that it wouldn't do is allow for the commission to weigh in or change membership. I will say that as they stand here before us, they are united as an association and not one of their membership stands here and objects to this. So it's pretty clear that they work together and that they take turns, if you will, once they find some poor soul who's willing to volunteer. And so I'm inclined to consider what you all feel about that. Before I make up my mind as to whether 5 years bothers me. I got to tell you, I don't think it does because of the way it's operated. I guess I would ask you, has there ever been a fight for a seat on this committee? And I don't need details. I just need a yes or no. Like meaning not a fight, but two people competing over one seat, two entities.
Before it increased from 9 members to 11, apparently there were.
Okay.
And so that was one of the reasons they went through legislature to expand.
Okay. And since the expansion?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. I was just curious. I wasn't going to ask for details. I was just curious if, okay.
Mr. Runestine, if I may, I know since I've been on the commission, you've come before us because there was a changing of the guard or restructure based on consolidations or sales. Can you remind us of that? Because that might be helpful to the rest of the commission.
Was and who went off?
I think it was a merger that somebody fell off. Right on it.
Okay. Yeah, I had some of the old orders. Aquarius Laughlin dropped off.
Yes. Yeah, so what happened with that?
Can you step forward or do you want to go ahead?
What happened with that is William Hill took over those books. So Aquarius Laughlin had a seat on the committee and then Rampart took that seat.
Yeah, because William Hill was already represented.
Because they would have had
multiple
too many,
times.
is what I recall.
Correct.
Something.
Correct.
And I believe Aquarius Laughlin rescinded the seat so that they sent a letter in that they no longer needed it.
Right. And that's when Hotspur got appointed.
Okay. No problem. Thank you. That was my recollection. I'm prepared to make a motion and, we can discuss the term. I too am comfortable with 5 years just because I think you can work out the communication issues in a different way. But let me go ahead with a motion and then I guess we can discuss to see what everyone's pleasure is on the term.
Can we talk about the term first?
Yeah,
Sure. Oh, do you want to talk about that first? Okay.
I have no issue with the 5 years. I know there's continuity among some of the members. Member Solis Rainey had her term renewed, so at least we have one person who has historical background and might be familiar to the extent the composition of the commission changes going forward with the attrition of the 4-year term. So I don't have an issue with the 5-year term. And I think if you can find somebody who's willing to serve a 5-year term entity-wise, it's nice to have that continuity because it's hard, I think, seems a little bit complicated, at least to me, to have people catching up for 2-year terms or even 3-year terms. So I do like the continuity. And I noted that a number of the members that are coming back up for renewal are current members. So I'm sure because there's so many affiliates of the existing 65 group it's really a small pool. And because you've expanded from 9 to 11, you have enough positions to make sure everyone is represented in terms of diversity and interest that might be different or divergent. So I am fine with the 5 years for a number of reasons that I've just articulated.
Correct. And category 5B also was deliberately intended to include the small folks.
Can I ask you how much time you commit to committee work? Yes, like
he doesn't.
Well, I mean, what the volunteers do. You have
just again to clarify, would you like to speak to the committee or
anybody that knows how much time they spend?
Yeah.
Patty, how often does the committee? How often does the committee?
Oh, how often do we meet?
Yes.
Well, it could be, we have since the 2020 pandemic, we've been having Zoom meetings other than a luncheon back in August. And what we'll do is we'll have an agenda. I'll send it to them. I'll give them a notice of maybe a week to 10 days prior that we would be having a Zoom meeting on this date, time. And then I would send them an invitation. I have all our board members and a couple of their legal staff on my committee emails as well. So we meet maybe every couple of months, maybe sometimes every 3 months, depending on how many tracks are going off. Like I scheduled a meeting for Monday pending this approval for these appointments because I have to get my December, January meets done. And there's a lot of tracks that start up at the beginning of the year. So I would say maybe 5 times a year, but then we'll have emails. So say if a track wasn't added to that agenda, then we'll do it by email. And then I'll get the votes per email and I'll send a consensus of the vote.
Okay. And so do the committee members get materials like proposed, information about if there's communications from tracks about proposals and percentages and that kind of thing? Is that all distributed? They read it before they get there and then they come, much like this. I feel like it's a kind of a parallel.
Yeah, since it's Zoom meeting, I send the package out at least one day prior to the meeting. Like I'm working on it now, not when later this afternoon for Monday's meeting, if this happens. So that, yeah, they get it ahead of time.
Okay.
Ms. Jones, can you I'm still trying to get my hands around this. You're having can you give me an agenda item or two, for example, just,
Yes.
what are you?
Okay, like Santa Anita racetrack. Santa Anita, I'll go to the history handle. It's called the proposal sheet. I submit these sheets to the audit division and the board, to Wendy Bulwer, and it goes along with her contract. So it gives us a history handle. It shows the percentages that they paid, the takeout rates for every dollar spent on a particular wager. And so they get all of those for all the tracks that we're gonna review.
It's typical that each contract comes up. We have only a few multi-year agreements. And so it's typical these each year.
And again, all this makes sense. Again, it's just behind the wall, and I didn't know this existed until recently, but it makes sense. I'm going to be contrary to what my normal default is, because I like government touching things, not often, or whatever's necessary. But it's working because the entities are all playing nicely and work together. But to create policy on the entities, I find just challenging, because there could be an issue, and how do we attend to an issue should there be one? We don't anticipate it. I don't have a strong, feeling about this, but and I'll yield to my colleagues. But is there any more information we need before we talk about 2, 3, or 5 years?
I really don't think so. The committee is under our control. If we wake up one day and decide that we hear there's failure somehow in what's being provided to the board, they're sleeping on the committee job, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, one committee member hasn't done a meeting in however long, and someone else is picking up the yeoman's work, it goes on the agenda, and maybe that one gets replaced.
And let me, just historically, with respect to the hub agreement, there have been disagreements within the industry over the years. And those things do get hashed out ultimately, the committee operates by majority vote. And the last time we had a hub agreement, it was what, 6-5, correct?
3-2-5.
Yeah. So, but majority rules and everybody went, we signed a new agreement with LVDC and everybody went on their way. So,
But I'm talking about the membership makeup. That is the one thing that you are asking for every 5 years. What they do and when they get along or don't get along is a whole different issue.
right,
I'm talking about their terms are longer than ours,
correct.
right? And so on one hand, you know, that I think that's the part that's a little, we think to ourselves, well, you know, no one's putting any, the commission isn't putting hands on the makeup until of the membership, except every 5 years. But what I think, unless I'm going to ask our deputy AG, am I incorrect? If there was a member that was dissatisfactory performance or some concerns, we could put it on the agenda and replace that person sooner than 5 years, or entity. It's not a person, it's an entity.
That's correct, Chair. You can also terminate the committee as a whole as well.
We could terminate the committee as a whole.
That is correct.
Right.
The committee is not a mandatory. creature.
Correct. Okay, so that I did not actually think about before now, but I realize as we're going through this, that we have the ultimate authority over the committee. And so I think if that alleviates concerns between us being on notice that there's a problem with an entity, between us being apprised when one is no longer appropriately seated based upon a sale or anything else, and the reporting that I expect that we're going to be having more frequently, certainly more than every 5 years or when someone leaves the committee. I think I'm more comfortable now that we've kind of vetted it and talked about it, if you are. Team.
Yeah, that's a mechanism. Exactly. There is a.
It's not broken.
fail-safe.
We need to fix it. if
And they
there's
have
an
a vested
issue,
interest in
we
making
can
this
Fix
work.
it.
Yeah. And like,
You had a motion.
Yes. Does anybody else want to discuss the term?
I'm ready
Or-
to.
Okay. Pursuant to NRS 464.020, I move to appoint the following 11 members to the Off-Track Pari-Mutuel Wagering Committee per subsection 5A of NRS 464.020. We move for appointment of Desert Palace, Inc., DBA Caesar's Palace, Newcastle LLC, doing business as Excalibur Hotel and Casino, Coast Hotel and Casinos, Inc., doing business as the Orleans Hotel and Casino, NP Palace LLC, doing business as Palace Station Hotel and Casino, Gone South LLC, doing business as South Point Hotel and Casino. Per subsection 5B or NRS 464.020, the motion is for Brandywine Bookmaking LLC, doing business as William Hill, Nevada 1, doing business as William Hill Race and Sports Book, doing business at Harris, Las Vegas, and GB Tenant Inc., doing business as Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. And per subsection 5C of NRS 464.020, Hotspur Casinos Nevada Inc., doing business as Rampart Casino, Wynn Las Vegas LLC, doing businesses at Wynn Las Vegas, MGM Grand Hotel LLC, doing business as MGM Grand Hotel Casino. This committee shall have the exclusive right to negotiate agreements relating to off-track pari-mutuel wagering as set forth in NRS Chapter 464. The appointment and authority of the committee members shall be for 5 years and shall expire midnight of November 2028, Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the date the matter is considered. That, did I miss anything?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here to answer all of our questions and kind of help us work through it.
And I also like to acknowledge the work that Deputy AG Breinig did in getting this over the finish line. Thank you.
And our senior research analyst, who you don't know it, but is behind the scenes providing us with packets of materials and a lot of information. And
yes,
we appreciate him. And he's employee of the month. Every month.
Every single month.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
He loves it when I do that.
I think it's lovely.
All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next agenda item?
Next for your consideration are two gaming employee registration appeals. The first item is Tingyu Far, case number 21 LV 10840, and it is pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.109, subsection 8.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
I'm sorry, I'm going to start, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you how this works.
Okay.
And then you can begin.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, you should understand that we have a record of all of the materials that were available to the hearing master. And those materials include your, everything from your letter requesting our review of this to information that you provided and the order of the board and the transcript before the hearing and materials that were part of the investigation. And so we read that before you get here, so that because we are confined to what was before, what was available to the hearing master. We don't take additional or new evidence. That would be improper pursuant to the review process. And so that's kind of just so what you know what we have and what we've read.
Okay.
The next thing you should know is that we are going to hear from you. When you're done with your presentation, we will open it up for any questions. After you answer the questions, if you have anything to add, you'll be able to add what you wish to add. And then there'll be a time where a motion is made. If there's a motion made, there will be a request by me. Is there any discussion on the motion? That is the time when you are done and we are making a final decision. The vote will occur and then you will be advised you'll be standing here, right? So that's how it works. Do you have any questions about the process or what we've had an opportunity to review before you got here? Or do you understand all that?
I understand all that. I appreciate you explain to me.
Okay, thank you. So when you're ready.
Okay, so as you already have my materials, so you know the reason why I was here, because during 2016 to 2021, I was involved with a young man. And basically, I was a victim of a domestic violence. So I was in love too. So during those times, I do a lot of crazy things. I do a lot of wrong. I have a lot of wrongdoing, make a lot of poor decisions. And it caused me to lost my license, lost my reputation and everything. But I'm not here. I don't have a fancy presentation. I'm here just to want to let you know I'm not going to use it to say, oh, I am not guilty. I am guilty for what I do. And then I wish I can be strong enough to make the right decision at that time. But because I wasn't, that really cost a lot. It's actually basically ruined my life. But I want to tell, I want to fight for what I always love. Is I have always loved and have a lot of passion, passion, a lot of passion for hospitality industry. That's my first love. So I want to, at this time of my life, I want to fight for what I always want to do. And I cannot take back what I did wrong. And I want to, now this time, I know how I did wrong and I know what I need to do to make it right. And I want to be a warrior. I don't want to be a victim. I want to show people who experienced what I experienced before. I want to show them, even though you make good decision, you make mistake, you lost everything, but hold on to your hope every day. Do the right thing every day. You can get everything back. And, I am very ashamed because 2 months ago, my beloved father, my hero, passed away, and I'm very sad and mad at myself that I wasn't represent him well. And right now I need to help my mother, who is almost 80 years old, to move here so I'll be able to be her sponsor and help her, support her. As well as I know this is my own problem. This is not, your problem. But I want you to consider it if my license had been held another 3 years. It's really not because for what I go through period those time, I feel like that already a big punishment to me. And I just hope that I can get my license back, and then I can be a good example for everybody. And I know I'm an asset for the casino industry, for the community. I know I am, and I don't want to hold up for another 3 years. It just, I feel it's not being productive, not good for everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Very articulate on your own behalf. I will say this for the clarification of the record, and because this hearing examiner proceeded on a regulation 5.109 subsection 8, as opposed to we normally see these under the NRS. It is a slightly different potential range, unlike the NRS, where the person can come back within a year. It's up to the hearing examiner what to recommend or to find and recommend, and then for the commission to determine what, if anything, they choose to do within the 1 to 5 year range. So you keep saying 3 years. The hearing examiner actually was recommending to the commission, just so you know, that you be allowed to submit a petition after 2 years, not 3.
Oh, thank you.
That's fine. So now is the opportunity for the commission members to ask any questions of you they may have. And depending on which side I could start with any commissioner that wishes to start and make an indication now. I'll defer. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for standing in before us today. Obviously, this is not easy for you, but the circumstances are what they are, and we have a responsibility to be the gold standard for every gaming jurisdiction. And we have, I'm sure I speak for my colleagues as well as myself, we've been through all of the transcripts and all of the investigation reports in depth. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
It's important. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
This was a difficult matter for me to review. I know that there are extenuating circumstances that you testified about relating to domestic violence, but the duration of the time that you were involved in these activities and the repeated lies over and over again were very troubling to me. I was concerned when I read information about Ron Chalk, who told Mr. Kane when he came to look for him because he was looking for you, because he was looking for his $100,000 marker because he paid the $10,000. And Mr. Chalk warned him that you've done this before at the Tropicana, and that caused me concern that this wasn't a one-time incident. This appeared to me to be something that you've been involved in repeatedly in different locations. I was also quite concerned when you, I believe, were not truthful to police officers when there were investigations about Mr. Jeter and his history, and that he had no criminal history, when I believe you did in fact know that he did have a criminal history and that he was involved in criminal activity, but you blatantly said the opposite was true. I also had an issue with your lack of candor when you filled out an application. You were terminated, as I understand, from Caesars on September 21st. And when you filled out the application on September 29th, you stated that you'd be starting at Caesars in October. So the timeline is off because 8 days prior, you're already terminated. But in the application that you filled out 8 days later, you said forward going that you would be working there. So there's so many incidents of false statements and dishonesty. I'm very concerned, when people come to Las Vegas, we do have the gold standard here, and you're hurting patrons by taking $5,000 or $10,000 and gambling with Mr. Jeter at the Cosmo. I assume you were gambling with him. That's what the record tells me, and that you were enjoying the money that you just took from Mr. Kane. That is all of this is so troubling. They're just layers and layers of problematic behavior from you over and over again that I simply am not comfortable proceeding today to allow you to start working again in the industry because of the types of transgressions that you were involved in. And I do appreciate your honesty where you say, I made a mistake, I did terrible things, I was with the wrong guy, but you are responsible for your own actions. And every time you would lie to somebody or scam one of the patrons of a casino, that's just terrible. And I'm not comfortable moving forward today with you. I understand the range is 2 to 5 years. 1 to 5 years. I understand the recommendation is for 2 years. This most recent incident, I think, was in 2018. So it's been about 5 years now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I need to wait 10 years, but that's just the nature of the issues that I reviewed from the record were just very sad to me. And I'm not comfortable moving forward with you today. I'm still not 100% sure the timeline in terms of what I'm comfortable with, but at a minimum 2 years. I was thinking 5 years, but I'm still listening to everyone else and anything else you'd have to add in response to my observations.
The reason why it takes so long and then it kept happening is because the situation I was in, I was very vulnerable. I was hoping he would change, and then and just like say I was in love, my mind wasn't thinking right, and so every time if I don't do what he said, I really don't know if I should tell here is if I don't do what he say, the consequence is unspeakable. I get I can give you example like he will take a picture, make sure that take out my clothes, take picture of me and say that you're gonna send it out, and then or put his urine in the bottle and then pour on me and lock me in a room for 2-3 days, and he say if there's a many different things that fear me that I do what he say. I know I could run away, but if you if you really know or you engage with people who used to experience domestic violence, you will know that fear is really big. That's why people will be like, "Why you could have run away when you work?" That's true, but I feel like he's in control of me. If I don't do what he say, he's gonna hurt me, and that's why the whole time that what you say keep repeating is because I was under the control. I am a good person before I met him. I have a really good record. I am a good employee, and I understand they look really terrible. I understand that, and but speaking of the Caesars, at that time, I don't know my license got take off. That's why I apply. Otherwise, I wouldn't apply. Okay, so at that time, I don't know how the time frame get messed up, but I already know at that time my license got took off, and I know there's a lot of activities during that time. It's like it really is. I was just so scared to not to follow what he want me to do, I'm ashamed of it. Really, I cannot say it enough how terrible I feel because I come to this country give me opportunity so I can provide my family a good life. And now because of this incident, that took away everything. That hurt me a lot. It's not just my reputation, it's everything. I understand your point of view and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any questions for the?
Thank you for being here, Ms. Farr. I know it's difficult. The incident with Mr. Ikini, that happened in 2021 at the Venetian, correct?
I think it's earlier than
It
2021.
said you brought him in 2015, but our materials said that they were contacted in February. The board was contacted in February 18, 2021.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's, in the beginning of 2000.
I think you brought him in as a player in 18.
Yeah.
But the actual incident where the investigation happened because he claimed that you asked for the $10,000 was in 2021.
Yeah.
It was August 2020 per our
that-
materials.
I'm sorry?
August 2020 per our material says that's when Farr introduced Ikini to Tony, Mr. Jeter. And that's when the 10,000 incident occurred, August of 2020.
I just wanted to clarify that because of the fact the 2018 I understood was the date when you brought him in as a potential customer, but it happened later after that, where you already had an ongoing relationship as his host.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. I didn't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Farr, thank you for being in front of us. I know this is incredibly uncomfortable, and it makes our job very difficult when we have a situation like this in front of us. Commissioner Brown, I appreciate your outline of the situation as you see it. This isn't about how we feel. It's got to be on what the facts are and what happened. I believe you were a victim. I believe you are contrite, sorry for what's happened, but it doesn't change the facts of what did happen. And that's the hard part of sitting here listening to you and your story. And I feel for you, but and good on you. And it's in our documents that you've been incredibly helpful and forthcoming and not saying you didn't do certain things, just that an individual made you do these things. And again, I believe there is a victim component to this, but we have to look at the facts. And I respect the hearing officer and the process that the board has gone through. And despite it hurting, we're all humans here. There's not a evidence trail or a fact that changes what actually happened. In fact, you stated what happened again. So again, we're here to do a hard job. It's to enforce the rules and to make sure that the gaming industry, Nevada, and those who work in it are conducting themselves in a manner that we can be proud of, that comply with all of the regulations, and is a beacon to everyone else out there to never engage in these kind of activities, because this is what could happen. So I will be supporting the hearing officer's recommendation to sustain. And again, that doesn't give me any joy saying that, but my apologies. That's how I see my job today.
So do you have anything you'd like to say before I call for a motion?
I know that it's already how to say that I don't have anything to prove, because to prove that I'm not guilty, because all the item was taken away from me. And, but I'm not here to say that I'm not guilty. I'm here to say I am guilty, but I want a second chance to do it right, to make myself proud again, and then to make it up for what I do wrong. But I will respect your decision. I just have to feel like I have to still fight for the last breath that I can't. That's all. Thank you.
Understand.
Mhm.
Thank you. Does anyone have a motion?
I just have one quick comment, if I could, please. I just want you to know I reviewed the transcript
Yeah.
from the hearing on July 18th, 2023.
Uh-huh.
And in that transcript on pages 50 and 51, you stated that it was a lie that you received the $10,000 from Mr. Ekeen. And at that time, I think Mr. Jeter was already serving time. You weren't afraid for your life anymore. Is that correct?
No, I can tell you that as soon as he got locked up, I do not engage with any of that. I don't know how the time frame mess up. I really cannot prove to you, and I can even tell you that Mr. Aki, he even told me there's a lot of things that I did that follow Mr. Jeter say you can do this I have to do, but there's a lot of thing is also added on, like I never received 10,000 from him, and I really did not receive 10,000 from him. I really didn't. And also Mr. Akia, he even tell me this. He say, if you give me 2,500, I run into him at the Resort World one day. He said, if you give me 2,500, I'll go to the stand for you. Like, I just know he is a very sick gambler, just like Mr. Jeter. They're all very sick in mind. It's just, there's nothing else I can say because I don't have the big material to prove it to you. Those are false. But the material that you have, like I do lie to the investigator at Venetian, and then because I was scared and I don't want to lose my job, and then I was lying to the police officer at the beginning because I don't want to be in trouble, because if they let him go and then I was facing that he gonna beat me up and then lock me in again. So that's why I lie. But this time in my life, I'm going to fight for what is right. I'm not going to be weak no more. That's okay. I would respect your decision no matter what. Thank you just for giving me the chance to come here, listen to me. Thank you so much. That really mean a lot to me.
I know it's not easy. I do appreciate your
Thank you.
candor very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything else?
You do have the second chance. This is the second chance. Grab it with both hands. 2 years more. It doesn't necessarily make up for the pain and suffering that you've been through, but you do have the second chance. You already have it. You don't need us to give it to you. The way it's in your control. It's in your hands now. And I wish you the best.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure you'll succeed just listening to your determination and your passion. Grab it and go for it.
Thank you.
Does anyone have a motion? Can I make a motion? Okay. At this time, I've never actually done it because I always ask for the motion. I'll say that I would make a motion to sustain. I don't have the language. Sorry, because I don't do this. And I've been.
Here it is.
Thank you. All right. So the recommendation of the officer was for 2 years. I am making the following motion pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.109 subsection 8. I'm moving to sustain the board's objection to Ms. Farr's registration as a gaming employee and sustain the recommendation that the petitioner be allowed to submit another petition after 2 years instead of 5 years pursuant to that recommendation under Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.109 subsection 11. And as far as discussion goes, I would say this. I would say the attitude of the person talking to the investigator is certainly different than the attitude we heard today. And I would have supported a 5-year, but I don't think that's the way the group is leaning. And I don't feel particularly strongly one way or another. So, so I made the motion for 2. I think we see people and deal with people who, and I don't mean we, I just mean me in my 30 years of careering, mental illness, drug addiction, being a victim. There, unfortunately for you, while it's a horrible circumstance that you are in, and I certainly, to the extent you've accepted any responsibility coming forward here and at that hearing, eventually, I applaud you for it, but I cannot do anything but move to sustain this recommendation personally. So with that said, does anyone have any other further discussion or comments on the motion?
I do have one more comment on the motion. I initially thought 5 years as well, but I do understand the recommendation that was made. I was troubled by the fact that you were yelling at Agent Seth. I mean, yelling at him to the point where he had to tell you to stop talking. And I thought it was disrespectful. And I know maybe you feel desperate and anxious to get your perspective heard, but that was very disappointing for me to hear. I mean, these agents work very hard. They're doing their jobs. And for someone to yell at you to stop talking because you are screaming at them is not how I like to hear our agents are treated, because it's not appropriate.
I apologize for that because I know I was emotionally really unstable during that period of time.
It's not a question. It's just a public comment. I'm just giving before we.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. I just, that's why I was leaning towards the 5 years. But again, I don't feel strongly, and I do believe in 2 years you have the opportunity for another application, and I can't guarantee what will happen then, but you have that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm being asked by the court reporter to take a short recess, comfort break. So I'm going to do that now. And Mr. Oliveira, I'm sorry, but our court reporter needs a break. And so we're going to reconvene in about 7 minutes. Okay, thank you for your patience. We're gonna start. No worries. I'll give you a heads up. Okay, we're back on the record. Madam Secretary, if you could please read the next agenda item.
The second gaming employee registration appeal is Arturo Pizarro Oliveira, case number 22 LV 06250, and it is pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463.335, subsection 13.
Mr. Oliveira, I know you've been present in the room for quite some period of time because I saw you in the back row there when the previous individual was having her hearing. And so during that, prior to the start of that hearing, I explained that we have a complete record that includes a transcript of your hearing, the materials, including court records, your communications to the staff and the board asking for this hearing. And so we review that before you get here. The process is we are constrained, we are limited to just what was available to the hearing master at the time that your hearing went forward. So we can't take new or additional evidence. Those are the rules. And you are going to have the opportunity to present whatever you, when I say presentation, I just mean talk. That's all I mean by that. You don't have to have any glossies. Tell us why you're here and what you're, the position you want us to take. We will ask you questions like you saw. You'll answer them. We will give you an opportunity to have a final statement. And then there will be a time for a motion. And when I ask for discussion on the motion, that doesn't involve you, because your part is over by then. But no one ever leaves here, I hope, not feeling like they didn't say everything they wanted to say. So when you're ready.
My name is Arturo Pizarro. I've been a casino table games dealer and supervisor for. I've been a casino table games dealer and supervisor for 14 years. I am here with a humble heart just to try it again, and thank you guys for the board to give me the opportunity to appeal this decision. I wrote down, I'm not that eloquent, so I wrote down a letter for my apology to you guys, if I can go. To the commission, Nevada Gaming Commission, I hope these words today can be understood, and I'm here today to express my sincere apologies for the legal issues that led to my objection of my gaming license. I understand the gravity of the situation and the importance of maintaining the integrity of the gaming industry. I want to assure you that I deeply regret my actions and take full responsibility for any negative impact that I may had on the reputation of the gaming community and my own. I have undergone to some therapy and some that I call specifically ASAM and substance abuse evaluation and any type of AA meetings that the court send me. Just to say about that evaluation, I have this evaluation on me. I know you guys are not taking any type of any evidence. My therapy is just assure that I don't have any type of problem. I talked to her for like 3 hours and she made that statement, and I take that to the court. I also addressed that these issues that contribute to this unfortunate circumstance, it was a ripple effect that happened. Ignorance is not an excuse. I am committed to upholding the high standards of professionalism and ethics of the gaming industry. I have learned from this mistake. I am dedicated to assure such incidents do not occur in the future. Receiving my gaming license was not only a professional privilege to me, but also a personal achievement. Losing it was a wake-up call that caused a lot of loss and sadness in my life. And I am determined to demonstrate that I can contribute positively to the gaming community and the regular community. I kindly request the Gaming Commission to reconsider their decision regarding the objection and give me the opportunity to get my license back. I am willing to comply with any additional conditions or requirement imposed by the Commission. That's kind of what I have right now. I would love to explain my position. I had already in court. I have already in my therapy, and I already did it on the hearing that I was before. I do understand the circumstances of everything, but I've been in the industry for 14 years. I've been all around town. I know you guys have character letters of me. I still have, there's an assistant manager that worked with me for 8 years, is on the character letter, supervisors also, and they know my ethics. They know who I am for all these years that I've been here in Vegas. This situation was, one should understand that when you face some people that, you know, they go through, they prefer to use bulliness. That doesn't mean my actions were, you know, it really took from me a lot. It happened really, really fast. I am actually not a violent person, but when you see yourself in a position that you have to defend yourself, of course, you never want somebody else to get hurt about it. But I don't know if you know, I don't have absolutely no record of violence in my life. Actually, I don't. But this ripple effect caused me for lose a lot in my life. I am here in Las Vegas by myself alone. I haven't been able to see my daughter in months because I'm just surviving on trying to just working any other kind of stuff that I have some sort of experience. And I'm just here with a humble heart trying to get my life back. And yeah, I'm just going to keep trying until I can get it back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have questions for you. And so I will start with anyone with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Pizarro, thank you for being here and thank you for for being patient with the long wait. With respect to the case, what's the current status of the court case?
Okay, the status. It changed. They didn't put any type of restitution because they couldn't find the victim. The victim doesn't want to have anything to do with the case. But because of that, the judge changed the agreement a little bit. She still want me to go to AA meetings. It's fine with me. The AA meetings have been great for me. But she also gave me a probation of 60 months. I'm still in contact with my PO officer. He's fine. He went to my house. He said everything is good. I just need to report with him. He's still, after all these months, we're still on the process. Like, he just went to my house one time. He talked to me on the phone, but he hasn't put anything about me reporting. He did say that I have to go every other month, like a month and a half, but he hasn't actually specific when. He just told me to wait until they decide what.
So is the case closed right now, or is it on deferred prosecution?
The case is now closed.
No, the records reflect that we have in our possession that he was sentenced to 364 days in the Clark County Detention Center on a gross misdemeanor. It was suspended and he was placed on an indeterminate period of probation not to exceed 60 months on August 28th, 2023. So he was adjudicated of that temp battery was substantial. So what that means is he's getting like good time credit on his probation, like 10 days a month. He'll be done. And, you know, if he's the best probationer ever, there might be a submission for an early discharge in the 18 months to 2.5 year mark, somewhere in there at the discretion of the officer. Otherwise, he'll probably naturally expire by 3 years.
Okay, that was
from August.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if any of that had changed or.
She definitely knows more than me. I didn't know all that.
Although that's outside the record of the proceedings.
Yeah, I didn't know all that. But
from someone in the know.
Thank you to know.
Yeah, I was a district court judge like Judge Holthus for 18 years.
What was that?
Your judge, Judge Holthus, that sentenced you. I did her job for 18 years
Okay, gotcha.
until 2019 when I retired.
Okay, good. Nice to know.
And if you're wondering, I don't miss it.
So right now, I mean, he's still under constructive custody right now.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what that's what I was trying to understand, if you're completely done or if, these were just the terms of some kind of a deferred, because it indicated that you were still under constructive custody, but I thought maybe that changed from what you said. So
It changed. What I meant with it changes was because the judge at the beginning, she said like she was going to give me a short-term probation for 6 months or 364 days, no more than that, because she was dropping it to a gross misdemeanor. But when she saw that that the person had no interest and I didn't have to pay restitution, that's what my lawyer told me. He thinks that's why she changed it to 5 years, but I
think
cannot
what you're saying, is inconsistent. So let me just interrupt. What you're saying is you're not saying she was going to give you 6 months or a year probation and she gave you 5 years because no one wants to cooperate.
Okay.
You're saying she was going to potentially give you some period of incarceration. Or what are you saying? I'm unclear.
No, what I'm
it
saying
doesn't
that
make any sense what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying that it changed was because when my lawyer talked to me, he says like they're going to give you a short-term probation for 6 months or no more than 364 days.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you had a recommendation from the district attorney for a certain deal and the judge went and did something else.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to like.
all right.
Yeah.
That was the only question I had. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So does your probation expire on January 17th, 2024?
No. For now, what I know is like is 5 years, the probation.
The information I saw on the record led me to believe that he has 6 months of probation with an expiration date of January 17th, 2024 in the materials that I received.
Well, right here. Did you pull this? It's in the materials I received. Same thing you have. So you can look here and you can see that he entered his plea according to, hold on one second, his sentencing was the negotiations.
You're still on probation.
Yes.
And he's conceded it's, here you go. So disposition events right here. Here's what happened. That's the disposition.
When does it say his probation expires?
Well, on this day, he was placed on probation not to exceed 60 months.
Okay.
So it's never going to be 5 years. No way. He would either be released from probation or he would be revoked before 5 years hits because of the good time calculations. As long as he's not in custody, he's getting good behavior credit, for lack of a better term.
Have you done the anger management for 6 weeks, 3 times a week?
That's another thing I want to clarify. They did not give me for anger management. They only sent to AA meetings.
Okay. Yeah, the record that I have is all over the place.
Yeah, I read it. It says that it was anger management, but no, she said like just go to AA meetings. When she read my assessment from the ASAM, she just sent me over there.
Right. What happened was he enters a negotiation with the district attorney and the parties get together, craft some recommended conditions for the judge, and the judge does what the judge does, kind of like us.
Thank you. Good materials. Okay, so I'm looking at the gaming employee registration application summary, and the question is, I have not been arrested, indicted, or received a citation, infraction for an offense. And in response to that question, you did not disclose the arrest relating to the incident where you broke the man's jaw in 2 places. Can you explain why you did not answer and disclose that incident? Because it says arrested, indicted, or received a citation. And it was my understanding that you were in jail for 20 hours and then went to court.
Okay. Like I said before, ignorance is not an excuse. I'm going to explain. it's been a long time. It's been a long process. So I have learned a lot. That's why I know like ignorance is not an excuse. But the reason was when I was talking with my lawyer at the beginning, he told me not to talk about this situation at all with anybody. Of course, when I talked to him about my applications and stuff, he said like, look, he was in very high hopes that it was going to be a self-defense. At the beginning, he actually told me this is not going anywhere because they have witnesses. The witnesses did testify, but the self-defense situation is very tricky. So after a few months, he changed it. So, but at the moment that I did my application, I talked to him. He told me, don't talk about it. Don't say nothing about it. Just let me do this. Just keep it on the wraps. And of course, I would have definitely disclosed it if it wasn't for that. Like I said, it was ignorant of me of not doing it because now I know that you guys just keep it between the gaming commission. But it wasn't because I was trying to not, because I know that they were going to find out eventually, but I apologize for my mistake, for my not, that's all I have to say. But it wasn't that I was trying to like not say, because at some point it was going to be find out whatever happened.
You were just hoping to get it dismissed for self-defense so that when you reported, it would be a different response?
No, it was because that's all he told me. And I was just following and trusted whatever he said. I was confused at the moment. I was even confused about why they were charging me from the beginning. Now I can tell you that I understand all the charges. I understand everything, but it happens in a few days after that. And then he even gave me the advice, okay, you don't have to turn yourself in. They're probably not going to arrest you, but if you turn yourself in, let them know that you are not trying to escape, or like it will look good on your behalf if you do that.
So you considered yourself arrested when you sat in jail?
At the moment, yes, but I was just following what my lawyer told me.
I understand. It was advice of counsel.
Yeah.
So I noticed that your hearing was continued from January 24th, 2023 to June 13th, and then again to July 18th. Were you trying to continue it because you were trying to get the self-defense?
I just continued it because I didn't know where this was going.
Okay.
I didn't have no explanation or what they actually was the final charges of it. That was it.
Okay.
And also I talked to him. He said like, we still don't know. We still don't know. They keep changing it. So I thought it was going to be not effective for me to come with like absolutely no answers, saying, okay, I don't know what they're going to charge me for. I don't know if it's going to be like that. That was it, what I was keep moving it up. So I can give you a correct.
That's what I anticipated. So you talk about self-defense, but it seems to me that you got off the couch to punch somebody and break his jaw in 2 places. And you had to be pulled off of Johnny and you lost control. And so I'm not understanding how that is self-defense.
Okay. So about the couch, that was the second time.
Yeah, the first time you punched him, I understand.
The first time when his jaw got broken, we were outside. We were outside. And the reason why it's a self-defense, I know Johnny since 2017. I know what he's capable of doing. He's always had problem with everybody else in the casino. A lot of people know that. At the moment when we were outside, the reason that I was outside, it was because I was going to check on my best friend, Terry. I'm pretty sure you have it over there, that he slapped Terry on the face a few times. Terry is one of my best friends. I've worked with Terry for like years. And even before that, we already saw how he was out of control at the get together. A few people left the party just because the way he was acting. And I was walking down the sidewalk to check on my friend, and he was there talking with Brandon. And I when I was walking to check on my friend, he was there talking with Brandon and yelling because they didn't want him to leave because the way he was. And I asked him twice back to back, like, why did you hit my friend? And why did you hit my friend like back to back? And he just turned and he put his hands up and told me, what the F are you going to do like that? But it was so quickly when we went like this, I just reacted and punched him. I went back inside. They told him not to go after me. It's on the report that he said, I'm going to get revenge on him because he punched me. You know, I can assure you, when you see somebody with the eyes crazy and come at you, you have to react. Of course, I was not trying to hurt him like that. And even when we were inside, they told him to stay away from me. I told him, yeah, like, he'd stay away from me. Don't get close to me. And I was at the couch sitting down. And he came at me. He tried to punch me. I kind of evaded. He took my phone. He threw it around the room. And then a fight started. And yes, they pulled me off him because I dominated in the fight, but he was still punching me too, you know? Like, what I don't remember is like how many times but it was not even a minute of a fight, you know? And it is shameful for me to like be here and lose so much just because of a fight, you know? But it wasn't worth it. I have lost all this, you know, my sincere apologies. And that's exactly why. But it is not that I was angry at him. He was still throwing at me too. I was just dominated the situation, you know. But the jaw got broken outside in the first match, not inside.
Thank you.
Sorry. What's your current situation? Are you working somewhere else?
Yes, I'm working. I start doing bar backing. I started, then after that, I was assistant host and surveillance. And now I just got hired for bar back and bar porter in the Durango casino.
So you're working full time?
Yeah, they give me full time.
So did you do any community service, or was it one or the other?
No, not community service. They just told me to go to AA meetings.
Okay.
They understood what happened, but it doesn't take away that, what I understand, it doesn't take away that he got injured, and they see it as I use excessive force.
You are still going to the AA meetings?
Yes, ma'am. AA
And
meetings are great.
Working at a bar isn't creating a problem with you being around alcohol?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with barback. I did barback for 6 months. When I lost my license, I did barback for 6 months in a club, and I was fine with it. During all that time before they put me on NA meetings, I was already out of drinking or something like that, and I actually only drink on social activities. You know, it sounds like that, but you know, if I go to a party, or if I go to a get together, or if I'm with my girlfriend at home, you know, that's what I did. So it's been pretty okay with me to just go to AA meetings and just do something. And actually, AA meetings are great. You know, you meet a lot of wonderful people and you talk about your situations honestly, like actually. So.
Well, good. I'm glad you're getting something out of them. Thank you for that update. I just looked down and wanted to follow up on that. I appreciate it.
Any additional questions or comments?
I do not. Thank you.
At this time, there were no additional questions or comments by any of the commissioners, correct? Okay, at this time, do you have a final comment you wish to make? Like I told you, we would invite at the end.
I'm just going to say thank you for the opportunity, and whatever your decision, I respect. And whenever you guys want me back and try again, then I will try.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have a motion that they wish to make that we would then discuss?
I move that we sustained the recommendation or the objection to the work card.
Discussion on the motion?
No, thank
you. I guess I'll say, look, it takes a lot to come here. It's hard to do. There's no way I would do anything but support that motion. We can't have gross misdemeanor convictions for violent acts while people are actively on probation. That is just not the message we're going to send, or at least I'm going to send. That being said, that doesn't mean it's forever. It's not 2 years like the lady before you, it's 1. And so, you know, I know it's hard. I know that you accepted responsibility in that case, right? You know, fairly or not fairly, self-defense or not self-defense, it is what it is. There's ramifications. And so I'm in support of the motion. Is there anyone else that wishes to make any comment, or are we ready to call for a vote? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
And I just wanted to add, I mean, I wanted to see what you were doing. I think you're on the right track as far as, keeping employment, keeping your nose clean. It's a 1-year period before you can come back for reconsideration. Hopefully in that time, your good behavior will lead to you being released from this, we call it constructive custody when you're still under parole. And that, I'm sorry, probation. So hopefully you can work through that in the next, 12 to 18 months, whenever you choose to come back. But that was a big pause for me. I appreciated the fact that you turned yourself in, that you've accepted responsibility for it, and that you've moved forward in a positive way. So I just didn't want you to take something negative from the fact that at this time, I think it's appropriate to sustain it. But I do encourage you to keep up the good work and, keep getting the most that you can out of the meetings and your current employment. And hopefully you can obtain a more positive result in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely come back. Gaming has been in my life for a long time. I have teach a lot of people. I've been all around town, and my managers just told me as soon as you out of this, we'll definitely give you a job back. But of course, I understand everything. It's consequences of whatever stuff happen. But I will. So the question is, you guys want me to come back when my whole probation is done?
You are allowed. Well, you are allowed to reapply in a year from today.
Okay.
So we're not giving you advice to do so or not do so, or committing ourselves to anything. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in a year. Hopefully I'll be here, but we can't commit to what happens in a year, but you are entitled to file that application and take a shot. Nothing, that once from today.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Thank
And
you.
we appreciate your professionalism and courtesy. You're a very articulate person, and we appreciate your respect of our decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, Mr. Oliveira.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next agenda item?
Next on your agenda is the appointment of the vice chair of the commission.
Okay, I blinked and a year passed by. I made a record the last time, I think each time I've appointed a vice chair, that it was my intention to rotate it based upon, length of service and seniority, if you will, as a commissioner. And so I would thank you, Ogana. And for the record, for the public, the vice chair covers, handles the meeting when the chair is out. And also if there's recusal, such as a very important matter for the commission occurred in this last year, you have to, if I have a conflict, you have to step up and handle it. And so I hope that you will agree, Commissioner Kralicki, to be vice chair. It's your turn, if you will. All right, excellent. So he is named as vice chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission as of today. Thank you for your service.
You make it look easy and it's not. So all nothing but respect for you, Chair.
Thanks. Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we can start with Chair Hendrick.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Looking ahead to our next month's Nevada Game Control Board meeting, it'll be a one-day meeting on Wednesday, December 6th. We plan on starting with the non-restricted agenda. Looks like 11 items at 9 a.m. Restricted agenda at 1:30. We're looking at 12 items on the restricted agenda and 2 player disputes. So should be a fairly light agenda.
Thank you. Anything from our Attorney General today?
Nothing today, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, can we close with our last agenda item, public comments?
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Looking at Carson City, is there anyone present there who wishes to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. There is no one. Anyone here in Las Vegas?
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Sorry. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you eat lots of turkey and spend time with your family and loved ones. That's all.
I just want to take the opportunity to, during public comment, to thank Chairman Hendricks for the invite to the holiday party. It conflicts with the Boyd Law School's gala, so I unfortunately will not be able to be there. But I wanted to wish the very best of holidays to all of you and all of the staff, and hope you have a wonderful time both for Thanksgiving and at the gala. I mean, at your party. Thank you.
A happy Thanksgiving to all of you as well from us. To all of us, I will be, as I've told you, Chair Hendricks, we will be in Reno on the day. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of November. We are adjourned.